trying to read it upside down myself to figure out what was going on. Looks like a pretty jumbled mess.
I'm not Anna, I'm Najma. I had to use Anna's link.
Okay, I think we're ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that sounds good. So I see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commissioners on. We're missing currently Commissioner Baker, which I think he said he's going to be out, and Commissioner Sadowski, who is going to be a little bit late. So we'll go ahead and get started with our meeting today. Welcome everybody to the May 17th City Planning Commission meeting. It's nice to see everybody and thank you for joining us. The days are getting brighter and sometimes it's hard to know that it's only 9 o'clock when it's been so bright for so long in the morning here. Anyways, the City Planning Commissioners understand that every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all the projects individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and the city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual, we have time limits in place for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant presentation, plus any questions from the commissioners. When we move to public comment phase, please limit comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when speaking on behalf of a larger group or neighborhood association. I want to continue to remind everybody about the comprehensive plan titled KC Spirit Playbook. Check out the website playbook.kcmo.gov for more information. I believe there's 2 meetings that are going to happen. These are the last meetings. Let's see, it's not the mobility. But they're online, and make sure you see those and add any comments that you can. So as we get started with our meeting today, I want to just make sure that we provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct our meeting to make sure the disruption is minimal and maximize our clarity. So Joe, if you can please remind us of those ground rules, I would certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, everyone who's attending on Zoom is either a panelist or an attendee. The difference between the two is that panelists are the boxes you see on your screen, and those folks have the ability to share their audio and video at any moment at their choosing, whereas attendees are not visible and cannot be heard until we promote you to a panelist. So if you're an attendee who's interested in a case when it's called, if you're the applicant or a representative of the applicant, please raise your hand when I call the case. We'll promote you over to a panelist position at that point. And then once the planner or the applicant is presenting, if you're a citizen interested in providing testimony on the case, please raise your hand at that time. And when the chair calls for public hearing, we'll promote you over to a panelist at that point. Once you're promoted, please make sure that you are muted until you're ready to speak so that we're not picking up your background noise. And then when you're done speaking, please mute yourself again. When we go to promote you, you will receive a message from Zoom asking you to accept the promotion. That is me or my staff attempting to promote you. So go ahead and accept that. When you do that, it'll seem as though you're being kicked out of the meeting momentarily. But do not worry, because you'll rejoin us as a panelist. The last thing, Mr. Chair, is to remind everyone that the chat function in Zoom is intended just for questions about the docket itself or the agenda, as well as technical questions. It is not to be used to provide testimony on the merits of any of the agenda items. And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. A couple of things as we get started on our cases. The first thing I want to mention is docket item number 12. One of the presenters for that case is Director Williams, and his schedule, unfortunately, is such that he's around about from 10:30 to 11. So we might jump around in our agenda depending on where we're at to pull that one up ahead of a different case if need be. So we can hear what Director Williams wants to present on that particular case. So just making everybody aware of that. Another item I wanted to state is been asked about doing adding time. So in the past with Planning Commission, we put times on our docket as to what time we would hear a case. I don't want to do that on these with our meetings now because they're all virtual. And because of the virtual nature, some cases take longer than others, just simply to allow everybody a time to speak. But also, everybody kind of knows where we are on our agenda because I keep that updated within the chat to tell you what case we're currently working on. So you can see that if we're still a few cases away from your particular docketed item, you can go back to doing what you're doing and come back and check and see that. And we also have been doing a good job. If we do get to a case and the applicant is not there, we tend to hold it, move to the next case, contact the applicant and come back. So I want to stay in that kind of a format for now. If and when we go back to in-person meetings, we'll take a look again at that time, whether or not we want to add times to our individual cases. So that's all I have for that. So Joe, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and start then with the consent agenda items, beginning with those cases that will be continued. Actually, I don't think we have any, do we?
Yeah, on consent, none of them are to be continued. So you want me to go ahead and read them all?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and read them all if you don't mind.
First one is docket item C1.1, case number CPC 2022-00002. A request to approve a project plan for Providence Point second plat located at the northeast corner of Northeastern Avenue and Northeast 111th Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C1.2, case number final plat 2021-00064. Request to approve a final plat for Providence Point second plat at the same location. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C2, case number CPC 2022-00056. Request to approve a project plan for private open space tracks in Theodore Jack Court, which is located at the northeast corner of 112th Terrace and State Line Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C3, case number CPC 2022-00053. Request to approve a MPD final plan for Whataburger at Tiffany Square, located at the northwest corner of 88th and North Ambassador. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And docket item C4, case number CPC 2022-00054. A request to approve an MPD final plan for community services, offices, and food pantry uses at the southwest corner of Greenwood Road and Longview Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of that case as well. And that concludes our consent docket.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C 1.1, 1.2, C2, C3, or C4? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket items C 1.1, 1.2, C2, C3, or C4, please raise your hand and as part of the Zoom meeting there, and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony. Since there's probably nothing to discuss amongst the commission, I'll take a motion on those cases, please.
I move that cases C 1.1, 1.2, C2,
Hey,
C3.
Commissioner Allender, kind of having a hard time hearing you,
Oh.
sir.
Can you hear me?
There, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that cases C.1.1, 1.2, C2, C3, C4 be approved as per docket.
Okay.
Second,
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for those open cases. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes in 7-0 for those cases. So let's go ahead and move on then to our regular docketed agenda items, beginning with those cases that will be continued to a future date.
All right, on our regular agenda, we have several continuances, starting with docket item 1.1, case number CPC 2021-00171. This is a request to rezone property at the southeast corner of Main and 31st Street for Ability KC. And docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2021-00220. This is a request to amend the Midtown Plaza area plan for Ability KC. And docket item 1.3, case number CPC 2021-00221, a request to approve a development plan for Ability KC. In all three cases, the applicant is requesting continuance to June 7th, and staff is recommending fees for all three. Docket item 2.1 and 2.2 are companion, starting with 2.1, case number CPC 2022-00050. This is a request to approve a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat on 60 acres for a single-family residential subdivision known as Tiffany Meadows at 5100 Northwest 108th Street. On this one, staff is recommending continuance without fee to June 7th. And docket item 2.2 is case number CPC 2022-00051. This is a request to rezone the same piece of ground from AGR to R7.5. And on this one, staff is also requesting continuance without fee to June 7th. In these cases, it's because the applicant did not resubmit their plans by the deadline. Docket item 3.1 and 3.2 are companion. Case number 3.1 is case number CPC 2021-00232. This one is a request to rezone from District R 1.5 to UR and approve a preliminary development plan for the Pacific Intruste Townhome and Duplex project at 1015 Pacific Street. The applicant is requesting continuance to June 7th, and staff is recommending with fee. Docket item 3.2, case number CPC 2022-00006. This is a request for an area plan amendment for the same project. And also on this one, staff is requesting continuance to June 7th, and staff is recommending with fee. The next continuance is docket item 4, case number CPC 2022-00015. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for the construction of a facility for Republic Services located at 8301 Indiana Avenue. The applicant is requesting continuance to June 7th, and staff recommends without fee. Next continuance is docket item 6, case number SUP 2022-00011. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at 120 East 79th Street. The applicant has requested continuance to July 19th, and staff recommends without fee. And the next continuance is docket item number 9, case number ROW 2021-00003. This is a request to vacate a portion of 51st Street, Northeast 51st Street between Belmont and Beacon Avenue to allow for the construction of a new home. Staff, or the applicant, is requesting continuance to June 7th, and staff recommends without fee. And the last one is docket item 13, case number CPC 2022-00048. This is a request to approve an amendment to the Main Street overlay as it relates to drive-through restaurants on about 115 acres along Main Street from 27th Street on the north to Cleaver Boulevard on the south. And in this one, staff is recommending continuance to June 7th without fee. And that concludes the continuances.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission regarding any of these docketed items that are planned to be continued? Do I need to read them again so you know which ones they are?
So the only thing, the only difference from the agenda is 1.1 and 1.2 are recommended with fee, correct?
That and docket item 6 says approval with conditions, but we are recommending continuance to July 19th.
So 6, okay.
Yeah. And then also the addition of 13 to be continued to June 7th.
Item 6 without fee, July 19th without fee. That's the question I had.
Yes, without fee.
So Joe, on docket items 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, we've continued them a few times. This particular project, are they actually going to be ready by the next meeting, or is this something we need to look at to have off docket?
Yeah, we've continued them several times, and Anna has informed the customer that this is the last time she would recommend a continuance to a date certain. The next time would either be dismissal or continuance off docket.
Okay, should this be continued to the second meeting in June?
Anna, do you know, is it a resubmittal issue that we're dealing with, or is it just they need more information from their client?
It's a public engagement issue.
And do you know if they've mailed the invitations yet for public engagement?
They have not confirmed with me whether they have or have not.
So yeah, we don't, so if they haven't, for the commission's knowledge, if they haven't mailed the notices need to be mailed 17 days prior to the planning commission meeting in order to meet the ordinance requirements. And the next planning commission meeting is June 7th. There may be 17 days. I can't do that math in my head in between the two. But what Anna's saying is that, you know, the customer should tell us whether they've done that so that we know, but they often don't tell us. So what Anna's saying is she doesn't know whether they've mailed those invitations or not at this point.
Okay, yeah.
I have reached out to the applicant and I'm fine to do the second meeting in June if that's what you feel comfortable with, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think again, we've continued it several times and I'm not sure exactly why on all of them, but it sounds like they haven't communicated with you as to where they're at and whether or not they've sent the notices out, that maybe it should be delayed until the second meeting in June, just to make sure. I guess we can talk about that amongst the commission when we're at that point. Okay, any other questions from the commission regarding the open docket items to be continued? I'll read them again here. So seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 2.1, 2.2, 3.1, 3.2, 4, 6, 9, or 13, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So just go back to the commission here to what your thoughts are on the docket items 1.1, 2, and 3, whether we hold it at June 7th or wait till June 21st.
I'm fine to wait till June.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the 21st as well.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'll take a motion, please. Somebody like to take all this on?
Chair Corral, I'll go ahead and take these. I'm going to do them kind of one at a time. Move to continue docket items 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 with fee to June 21st. To continue docket items 2.1 and 2.2 to June 7th without fee. Docket items 3.1 and 3.2 with fee to June 7th. Docket item number 4 to June 7th without fee. Docket item number 6 without fee to July 19th. Docket item 9 without fee to June 7th. And docket item 13 to June 7th without fee.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Yes, Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for the continuance of those cases. All right, with that, let's go ahead and get started with docket item number 5.
All right, docket item 5 is 2 companion cases, starting with 5.1, case number CPC 2021-00245. Request to approve a rezoning of property at 5021 Prospect Avenue from District B3-2 to District B4-2. And docket item 5.2, case number CPC 2022-00035. Request to approve an amendment to the SWOPE area plan to change the future land use recommendation from office to commercial on the same piece of ground at 5021 Prospect. Jared Clemens is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Before us, we have docket items number 5.1 and 5.2. This is case number CPC 2021-00245 and 2022-00035, located at 5021 Prospect Avenue. The zoning district is currently 3.3-2, B3-2. They are proposing changing it to B4-2. And amending the area plan from office to commercial. They have completed their public engagement requirement, and staff has received no communication from the public regarding this application. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the boundaries of the SWOPE area plan. More specifically, the site is on Prospect Avenue between 50th and 51st Streets. So this is the site plan for a building permit that was applied for in December of 2020 to allow for new construction on the property. After completion of the development, it was found that the nature of the use on the property did not conform to the zoning district. Specifically, the applicants received a zoning violation for outdoor vehicle storage. From resources staff has available, the property was historically utilized by Bledsoe's Rental from at least 2007 to around 2014. It appears the parking area at that time was used for outdoor storage and fleet parking as well. The property appears to have been vacant from 2014 to 2018, and then has been used by Affordable Plumbing, who is now the owner and who occupies the property since at least 2018. Approving this rezoning would allow for slightly more intense commercial use in the future and would align with the current uses of the property. A companion to the rezoning application is an area plan amendment. The future land use for the subject site is currently office. The applicants proposed designating commercial as a future land use. The area plan in question that is being proposed to be amended was adopted in 2014 which was after the original use of the property, from what I understand, being Bledsoe's Rental. Let's see. So then staff has considered the applicable standards from the Zoning and Development Code and recommends approval without conditions for both applications. And I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding that. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to staff regarding docket item 5.1 or 5.2?
So Jared, essentially this is rezoning to allow for the plumbing office use. And then the rezoning you said would allow for more intense commercial use. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Sure. It just from B3 to B4 is going to allow for a slightly larger expansion of uses. You know, if you look at our use table in the zoning and development code, there's a few uses that are allowed in B4 that aren't allowed in B3, including like the outdoor vehicle storage, like this included in this application.
Do we have any idea what improvements they intend to do for that outside storage area?
I believe they have already completed a building. I don't have any pictures of it, but perhaps the applicant does. I have not seen the extent of the site improvements other than the building permits and such. Looks like Mr. Duddy is here as well, the investigator on the case, so perhaps he can speak to the improvements.
This is the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The site has made dramatic improvements to the area, including a new building, concreting what was previously gravel parking areas, putting up some substantial fencing to protect the area. They have done a very good job of increasing the visual appeal of the site.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up questions, Commissioner Beasley?
Well, I looked at that site the other day and I was thinking, what were they doing? So I did see a building to the south of the parking area where they were making exterior improvements, but I was mainly looking at the parking area, what they were planning on doing over there. So I guess I'm good for now.
Okay. Didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Thank you.
No, it's no problem. I saw it. I was just looking at it the other day and wondering what they were doing with it. So no, that's perfect timing for them to be here this morning. So no, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions from the commission to city staff at this time? Okay.
I was just wondering if there has been any conversation with community builders. They have a property, I think, which will be right across the street at 5008. And so I noticed in the community engagement, you had Town Fort Creek, only 2 people showed, but I was just wondering if you have, by chance, if they have reached out to community builders.
I did see on their summary form, they mentioned that they received an email from Mr. Bob Langenkamp with community builders at 5008 Prospect. And he said he was not able to attend the meeting and asked for a description of what was being proposed. And they sent an email back to him. Perhaps the applicant can speak more to communications with community builders once they're admitted.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to this case, if the applicant's available.
Let's see, Jeff Schroeder has their hand raised. I don't have the ability to promote them, but.
Jeff Schroeder is being promoted
Okay.
and he has been connected.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Schroeder. As you take yourself off of mute, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, that would be great.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, there you
go. Jeff Schroeder with Sharhaig Architects, representing the owner of the property for the rezoning. We also were the architects for the new building that was constructed on site. As Jared mentioned, in late winter 2020, we applied for building permit and a new building was constructed on site, including some fairly extensive new paving of most of the site as part of that permit. And we and the owner were caught by surprise when he got a notice of violation about the rezoning, because as Jared also mentioned, they've occupied the site for, I believe it's 5 years. and had some outside storage, and Bledsoe Reynolds was there prior to them. This building actually has helped to clean up the site somewhat, because some of what was outside is now inside that building, and not exterior to the site. So we feel like he's made a major improvement to the site and cleaned up the site, and is a good neighbor as far as we can tell to the neighbors in the area. There's some current work south of our client's site, maybe what the commissioner had been referring to. There's some debris piled up, or some gravel and things at the very south end, but that's not our site. I'm not sure what is happening at that point, but that is off our site. And all construction that's proposed is completed at this point. So the site as it sits now is what's proposed to continue. And due to the nature of the site, basically all materials the owner intends to store and keep in the building for security reasons, and outside exterior would only be a few vehicles. He keeps 3 or 4 vehicles in the building also, but the ones that won't fit would be exterior. And those vehicles typically leave in the morning and go to projects and are out all day and come back late in the day and back to the site. So during the day, there's typically fewer vehicles on site. As far as community builders, as Jared mentioned, I posted the sign, I mailed the notices, and I held the public meeting on site, and received an email from Bob Langenkamp after the meeting, as Jared stated that he could not attend. So I sent him an email back with a site plan, kind of describing what I just told you. And I did not hear back from him after my email to him. And the only other 2 people that are listed in our neighborhood contact were Lisa Ray and her daughter, Charlize Harris. And Lisa's the new president of the Town Fork Creek Neighborhood Association. And she was pleased with how the site had been cleaned up and upgraded, and told me there at site that she had no problems with either what had been built or the rezoning. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I have a question. Are you now, I'm not sure, well, Jared, did you have any current pictures of the site? I mean, I'm looking at like Google Street View. So I don't know if this is the most recent picture.
I have not been provided with any photos of the site that I'm aware of.
Yeah, because from, what I see, the debris pileup is within the fencing area, which is where the trucks are located. But again, this might not be the current street view.
Yeah, I believe Google Street View, from what I could see as well, is from April 2019. So that'd be prior to the building being built. But Mr. Schroeder, do you have any photos of the site on hand after the improvements?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Let's see.
I mean, that's my only question. It's just, is the building integrity, is it aligned with what you have right across the street? Is it, I know that it is, asking for being properly zoned, but it's hard for me to tell if the facade or the building materials are in line with what we would have asked if we can't see it. Of the elevation, the setbacks, so I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Jim Duddy, our investigator, may have photos of the site. He should possess some photos for sure, but whether he has them available right now, I'm not sure.
I do not have them currently available. The photos that I do have were prior to the completion of construction.
Okay.
I have an operational question, I guess is this site open for people to come in and get supplies for plumbing, or is it strictly a company that goes out and does plumbing work?
It is a plumbing company. They do the work. It is not a retail sales shop.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5.1 or 5.2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, applicant? I think, the concern that Commissioner Hill has is kind of what the outside of the building looks like. Can you explain that a little bit so we understand that?
Mr. Chair, you might need to repeat that question because it appears that Mr. Schroeder was accidentally bumped out of the meeting and we've readmitted him. He's in now.
Okay.
And he may not have heard
I
your
apologize.
voice.
So.
All right, sorry about that. So Mr. Schrader, one of the questions that Commissioner Hill had was the exterior of the building, how it looks and some of the materials used. Can you explain and talk about that a little bit?
Yes, it's the building is medium blue color, which is the basic color of the plumbing company. It has metal siding and a low pitched metal roof. I believe there's one overhead door that faces the street and two that face to the south. As Mr. Duddy said, I'd reiterate, there are no retail sales on site. It is only a plumbing service company that leaves to projects and does service work.
Okay.
I might add, the previous buildings on the site were in disrepair. One was actually had partly collapsed. So this being a brand new building, it's in excellent condition. And we do have new fencing around the site, security fencing, also to control who can have access to the site.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hill?
I mean, it's the best that can be done. I appreciate the cleanup, but it's like, this is better than what they had, so it should be good enough. It's gonna be a no for me just because I expect the applicant to come prepared. These are some of the questions that commissioners asked about the quality of the building, the type of materials used, but glad to see that they were able to do something different in the area.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else to add, applicant, Mr. Schrader?
No, I do believe there's some black and white building elevations in the packet beyond the site plan that basically shows the character of the building. It does have a concrete wall for durability 4 feet high, and then the metal panels above that.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket items 5.1 and 5.2 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 5.1 and 5.2 without conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
No,
and Rojas.
Sorry, Mr. Rojas, you're on mute. Didn't hear you, sir.
No.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 4-3 on this particular case. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck moving forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Joe, let's move on to docket item number 7, and I need to recuse myself from that one. So Commissioner Hill, it's all yours. Thank you.
Docket item 7 is case number CPC 2022-00021. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R6 to MPD Master Plan Development and a preliminary development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat, to allow for the development of 300 residential units on about 50 acres located on the west side of Brighton Avenue between Northeast 60th Terrace on the north and Northeast 57th Street on the south, for a development project known as Redwood on North Brighton. Genevieve Kahn is our staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Docket item 7 is for the rezoning to MPD with preliminary development plan, excuse me, for a project called Redwood located on North Brighton. This is Redwood's second project in Kansas City now, so it should probably look familiar to you all. The other location was on Skyview and North Ambassador by KCI Airport. The site is generally located east of Gladstone and just north of Vivian Road. Here is an aerial of the site outlined in yellow. It contains 3 parcels total and is located between the Brookhill neighborhood to the west and the Ravenwood neighborhood to the east. And as you can see, there's also a stream that crosses in the southwest portion of the site. These are the uses that will constitute a rezoning to MPD, and Redwood's development model is to provide a variety of residential building types, thus making them eligible to rezone to MPD for mixed housing development. Here's the proposed site layout that includes 300 units. It comes out to about 5.8 units per acre. So this density is in conformance with the area plan's recommendation of residential low density. Each of the colors represents a different building model. Redwood provides some duplex and then other multiplex. So some have 4 units, 6 units, multiple units across the whole site. Each unit will have garage access. However, there is additional off-street parking spaces provided for visitors. It's a little bit difficult to see on the site plan, but there is dedicated off-street parking in this development. This plan is also proposing to extend North Jackson Drive up on the north portion of the site as a public road from the existing. There's a dead end right here in the neighborhood to the west. And then this extension will also connect into North Chelsea Avenue, which is currently a dead end also. And then these segments will be the only public road. The rest of what you see on the site will be all private road, containing private utilities and sidewalks, all to be maintained by the developer. This public road has been a bit of discussion amongst both the applicant and the neighborhood. And this extension of the public road connecting Brighton into the existing neighborhood is necessary, both for connectivity as required in Chapter 8, Section 405 about subdivision standards, as well as, so that's kind of a planning perspective. And then in addition, from a utility perspective, there are public sewer and public water located in North Chelsea Avenue and North Jackson Drive. And so it's important that those utility lines create a closed loop. And I know some of our staff from both Public Works and Water are here, and they can comment on that if you have further questions. The rest of the utilities on the site in the private roads will be private. So we have public utilities in public roads, private utilities in private roads. Here's a snapshot of the landscaping proposed. This is kind of zoomed in on the northern portion of the site. There will be a landscape buffer along North Brighton Avenue, and then street trees along North Jackson Drive, as well as interior landscaping. Again, this is a very large site, so try to make sure I incorporate everything, but there is some landscaping around the entrances of each of the buildings. Additionally, here are the next couple of slides will be elevations of each of those building types that I mentioned. They all have their own name. So some are 2 units, 4 units, 6 units, like I've mentioned. The building materials proposed are stone veneer on the lower portion of the building, and then vinyl siding on the top portion of the building. So a couple different elevations, but the same building materials all around. And then just to get an even more detailed look, here are some renderings provided. So you can see the stone veneer on the bottom and the siding on the top part, and then the garage access. And then here is a view from North Brighton, which has been improved since this picture was taken. So this whole roadway abutting the subject site has been improved. And then here is the dead end road that I mentioned. This is the existing North Jackson Drive. And so this is where the extension into the development area will happen. And then over to the right here is a public park. So staff recommends approval with conditions for this rezoning and the preliminary development plan. I can take any questions, and I know the applicants are available and they have also prepared a presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Commissioner, to staff?
Do we have something from the fire department?
I believe there are conditions in the staff report. Let me get that pulled up from the fire department. I'm not sure that they're available at the meeting today to take any questions. Their conditions in the staff report mostly, or in the condition report right after the staff report, mostly have to do with what is required for supporting the weight of fire apparatus, the surface of the access roads, so the private drives, fire hydrant distribution, and all the fire flow requirements, which I know I think goes along with the water department as well.
I was thinking since the plot showed that it's more of a circular type setup for the private roads, I was wondering what kind of feedback we had from fire when it came to being able to access that development.
That's a great question. And based on their review and comments that they provided, it's safe to assume that they didn't foresee an issue. And if they did, those corrections would have already been made to the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Got a couple. I'm interested in the comment.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Allender.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. We've got the Verizon on. Yeah, I'm just interested in, there's a couple of comments made in the staff report, no curb and gutters because of the attraction of certain renters. I'm just interested, is that hitting our standard, or because the developer wants to attract a certain renter, we don't actually put curbs and gutters in developments?
So this product is the same as the previous project, like I mentioned. So you're correct. There's no curb and gutter proposed on the private roads, which I might clarify. The private roads are not gated or anything. There's public access to those roads. They'll just be maintained by the developer. And Redwood, which they will probably speak more to this in their presentation, but their target renter demographic is older individuals who may have some mobility challenges. So the goal of how their sidewalks being on the same plane as the road is to eliminate some of the mobility issues, that you'd have going up and there being curbs in the way, but they can speak more to that in their presentation.
But does that meet our, obviously meets our citizens? I'm just interested in curbs and gutters.
Right. And
Yes, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you have to lean in.
Sorry, I have to be close. That's not a good thing, but I have to be close. But I'm just, does it meet the standards of the city just to not have curb and gutters into a private development?
since they're private roads, the standards, they don't necessarily have to follow the city standards. And I think Luke Casper is also available. He might be able to speak more to that. But there's a difference between the public roads and the private roads here. The public road, the North Jackson Drive extension that I mentioned, that will all be built to the code with curb and gutter and sidewalk. However, it'll be different for the private roads. Luke, do you have any comment to that?
Not other than, of course, we would make sure that everything is draining correctly still. So that would be one of the roles that we would have in this. We would review the storm drainage study and any, I don't know if they've got public storm sewers, in that area, but we would review the drainage studies for that site to make sure that there wasn't a drainage issue. But we would not. She's correct in the fact that the streets in there would not be built to city standards. But that would be something we would look at still, would be to make sure that they didn't have, ponding concerns and that all the water was getting where it needed to go.
Okay, thanks for that. And then the other thing I was noticing on the site plan is it looks like they're building over about 2 or 3 wetlands. So I'm interested in what's the mitigation? Are they draining those wetlands? And what's the plan there? I'm concerned that we're draining wetlands, and are we interrupting any species or anything like that that we should be aware of?
I would default for them to answer that question as to what they have planned for that.
Right, I'll listen.
Because they will probably also need to address that in their drainage study portion when we get all that.
Yeah, I'd be just interested to see how they're thinking about addressing it. I'm concerned that we're draining wetlands. I know there's a bigger wetland down to, looks like the south, but there's a couple of smaller wetlands within the development itself. So just interested in their comments around that question.
All right, are there any other questions from commissioners to staff? All right, hearing none, can we promote the applicant? An applicant, when you come on, can you please state your name and address?
We've promoted Ali Karolchak and Paul Osborne.
Good morning. My name is good morning. My name is Ali Karolzak. I'm with Redwood Living, and our address is 7007 East Pleasant Valley in Independence, Ohio. I also should be, I believe Richard Batt is on as well, where he's actually in Kansas City today, so he's calling in from a different location. I'll be doing the presentation as far as presenting the screens that we have, and he should be, if he's available, he should be jumping on to speak to it.
I promoted him, Ali.
Awesome.
Good morning, everyone. I assume you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, so Richard Bat with Redwood. Ally already gave you our address. I am going to, because we've already had another neighborhood pass through you, and Genevieve did actually a very comprehensive job in presenting us from the staff report perspective, I'm going to go through our presentation fairly quickly, trying to be respectful of your time. So, Ally, if you would go, just very, very quick reminder, we're a substantial company. We've built over 100 of these neighborhoods. We're now over 14,000 units in 7 states. We do one product, only one product. And final important from that slide is we don't sell our neighborhoods. We're here to stay. We're developing a business in Kansas City. As you know, we've already had the Ambassador and Skyview neighborhood approved by this body and again by City Council, and we have just submitted our engineering drawings. We also have under contract 4 more sites that would be under your jurisdiction.
I'm just going to jump to that.
Back up one alley. Back up one alley. I wanted to. There we go.
Yeah,
I wanted to
just showing.
I'm sorry. We're trying to do this remotely. They were a little awkward here, but go back to the slide about who our tenants are, please. There we go. That one more the other way. All right. Wanted to emphasize a couple things here. You know, again, the majority of our tenants are empty nesters. They typically come from within a 3-mile radius. We are not a big impact on traffic. 1.5 cars per home, 1.65 residents per home. We're not a big impact on schools. Through our 14,000 units, there's 7 school-age children per 100 units. Go ahead, Ally. You can go to the site plan. So, site plan, we're to Commissioner's point, we have lowered our density. The plan that is submitted is this current plan. Originally, we had 300 units. We did lower our density to 268 units, trying to be sensitive to the wetlands. On site, I want to address the private drive aisles. I know Commissioner was looking at those as
I'm so sorry, Richard, just a quick clarification. We originally had 311 units. We now have 300 units. 268 of those are the apartments, while 32 are the duplex units.
Got it. Thank you. So anyway, we lost some, again, the principle's right. We did lose some units trying to be more sensitive to wetlands. To the drive aisles for a second. There are internal drive aisles, private. They are inverted crown instead of curb and gutter, principally because of mobility issues with our tenants. People are able to come out of their unit, have a ADA, FHA, handicap accessible, compliant pathway from their unit to project amenities, to the sales leasing office, to mail kiosks, those kind of things. Also, other sensitive issues like being able to take the garbage out, things of that nature. So that is the why. I think rather than looking at these roads, it maybe makes sense to look at them as drive aisles through an apartment neighborhood, apartment community, where when you see a 3-story garden apartment community, their drive aisles and parking lots are more of this type of construction than they are with curb and gutter. To the wetlands issue, we have done our best to avoid every bit of wetlands we possibly can. If you go to the southwest corner, that is a stream buffer and a significant amount of wetlands that we are preserving. And again, we rejiggered our plan to stay further away from those wetlands. There are a couple small areas where we are impacting that we are going to buy mitigation credits on those small areas. And they add up to less than an acre. Go ahead, Ellie. So again, floor plans, just to recap, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage, private patio. I think, you know, again, trying to be respectful of your time. I think that's really, we had a neighborhood engagement meeting as required by the city. In addition, we had a separate meeting with leadership of the adjacent homeowners association. There is some commentary you may receive on Jackson Drive going across the top of the property. You know, we're following the rules. You know, we're following your ordinances. We are, that road is built to your road standards, to width, the curb and gutter, the whole thing. That is a public road that is going across the north end of the property.
Just to speak to that for one moment. So that was one of the biggest pieces of feedback that we heard from the neighbors to our west. Just their main concern was traffic coming through. And so we worked with them, we worked with staff, and we even brought it to the TDC. So that was one of the delays in us coming to Planning Commission, was we actually delayed this project to make sure that we went through the formal TDC meeting process to ask a couple different options. We had proposed the idea of not having this road go through at all and just have 2 of our entrances onto North Brighton. We'd also proposed the idea of potentially narrowing this road. So right now it's 37 feet, and we had proposed to narrow this to 28 feet in order to help, again, with the just slowing down traffic going into this neighborhood. The feedback that we received from the TDC was that they really did want it to be the full width. And the majority of the concern on that was because of fire and emergency access. So from a public works perspective, they wanted this to go through for utilities. And for emergency services, they also wanted it to go through, and they also, particularly, they said that they wanted it to be the full width. So we were trying to accommodate and trying to make sure that we're doing our best to be good neighbors to those at the west of us. That's why we did this little bump up, in order to help slow traffic a little bit. But we were told very explicitly that they wanted it to be the full width, and they do want that to go through. So we're adhering to that.
I think that's probably all I have to say if there are questions.
Yep.
Thank you. If you can not share your screen so I can see everyone. And then if there are any questions from the commissioner to the applicants.
Yeah, I just want to go back. I appreciate the developer buying mitigation credits and so forth, but I still am concerned on that was one of the questions I had. Are there any species or pretty small part of the wetland, but I just want to make sure that we're being environmentally responsible with regards to taking wetlands out. And I just want to make sure that we're not disrupting any species within those wetlands as well. So if the applicant could speak to that, I'd
Sure.
appreciate it.
Sure. So number one, we did hire a wetlands consultant to work on this with us. And we, in this situation, and we as a company work hard to try not to impact wetlands, or actually to minimize the wetlands as much as possible. The wetlands that we are preserving to the south, we are actually draining some of the site into those wetlands to make sure they stay wetlands. And we're trying to make sure that those wetlands are getting recharged with water like they would be is if there was never a development built here. So we are trying to be sensitive to that. We have used that approach in other states, in Michigan, and we've used that approach in Indiana, and it has worked, and it has been well received by the local municipalities because, you know, to your point, you're building a development around wetlands, and is what you're doing going to cause them to dry out? We've taken measures to make sure that that is not going to happen.
Yeah, and was there a species study done or something to make sure that we weren't eliminating any species within those wetlands?
Well, so all that is done as part of our application to the Army Corps of Engineers relative to the wetlands mitigation. So they actually come out and our consultant actually come out, and they, in their opinion, did mention, hold on a second, I got right here. They did mention that there are no species impact. Here's an excerpt from our wetland study. And they did mention that there are no impacts to species from our development.
Okay.
And we specifically asked them to look at this.
Right, thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners?
I just had a quick comment. I want to thank you guys for keeping that connection. I know that the neighborhood doesn't necessarily love it, but I think for fire safety and just general planning, I think it's why we have that ordinance in place, and I think it's a good thing. So.
To piggyback on the extension, have you all thought about what type of mitigation efforts you would do around the speeding or to deter speeding? I noticed in the public meeting summary. So have you explored speed bumps or?
So the one thing, the feedback that we received was that emergency services were really concerned about adding too much to deter speed, because they wanted to be able to make sure, because we had discussed that. But the problem was that they were worried, especially because this is going to be a public road, on-street parking is going to be allowed. We will not allow on-street parking on the rest of our private streets, but we asked the question. We were told we cannot stop on-street parking from happening on this road, and emergency services were worried about the ability to get a fire truck, especially with the bend that we already have, in the case of an emergency. So we are open to it, but that was the feedback we received. So we have that bend. We had asked about narrowing, and but this was kind of the middle ground of compensating for both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There are no other questions by commissioners. Joe, let's open it up for public testimony. If you would like to comment on this docket item, please raise your hand so that Joe is aware and he will promote you.
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Wendy, then Rhonda, then Matthew, and then Mike.
Wendy, Rhonda, Matthew, and then Mike. Welcome. Once you have been promoted, please state your name and address. The first we have to give public comment is Wendy. Wendy, are you there? Are you here?
In my way. Okay, no.
Oh, a little bit of an echo, Wendy. I don't know if you could.
Yes.
Okay.
That's because my phone was also on. Thank you.
Will you state your name and address?
I think that the president of our neighborhood was going to make some comments. I'm not sure where he is, but we understand the connection, but we can't imagine that there's anything that is valued higher than safety, which is what we are concerned about. Safety is the issue. Jackson Drive is already being used as a cut through from Brighton over to Antioch. And with this new proposed street being a straight shot, it's going to astronomically increase our traffic, which is already speeding despite the speed bumps that are there. There are children riding their bicycles to the pool and back. There are a lot of people out there walking. There are cyclists and the church that's up at the top of the hill, them pulling out of their parking lot with speeders coming up over the hill. It's very, very dangerous already. And increasing that, which we know that it will, it provides an easy access for people to get from Brighton over to Antioch, which is what we don't want. We love the connection from Brookhill to Brooktree, which is great because that doesn't promote cutting through. And that's one of the major concerns that we have. There are a list of others. Also, the police department. Mike, you could probably speak more to this. When the police named North Brighton as a conduit of crime, we're just inviting that into our neighborhood, and we don't want that. We don't need that. We can't have that with all of our driveways coming out onto Jackson. We can't afford to increase the number of traffic, and especially those that are speeding through. I understand that the type of people that will be living in the community, which is great, and we're all for that. And I'm not concerned about those people, but I am concerned about those who are using this area as a cut through over to Antioch. That's our major concern. Mike, do you want to speak more to that? You also know about the public works issue.
Thank you, Wendy. Next on our list would be, I think, Rhonda.
Mike, can you?
Yeah.
Are you talking? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll mute. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
Wendy, can you mute, please? Thank you. And then, Mike, we're going to give you an opportunity to present, but I want to make sure we go in order. So, Rhonda, if you are available, please say hello and give us your address.
Hello, our address is 6000 North Brighton Avenue.
Rhonda, you'll need to lean in a little bit to your microphone. You're going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, we are at 6000 North Brighton Avenue. And the city notice that we received says the project is from Northeast 60th Terrace to the north, and then 57th Street to the south. The Redwood plan only shows an address of 5800 North Brighton. And being where we are, butting right up next to the project at 60th, we're wondering if we're included. Is our property included in this project? It looks that way from what the city's boundaries showed us.
All right, since you have a question, is there a staff or Ally, do you know if this property would be included in your plan?
It is not.
It is not, okay.
No,
It is
it's
not.
only the plan only includes the property that Redwood's under contract for.
So it doesn't go as far as 60th Terrace.
Yeah, the notice, you're referencing the notice, which is just to give recipients an idea of where the project is proposed. It's not meant to be interpreted specifically.
Jackson is to the edge of our property.
Rhonda, I don't know where your property is, so I can't confirm. We can talk to you offline and show you exactly, or maybe someone is getting ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, we're right in that northeast corner, right next to the project.
Their property butts up against ours.
I guess that's all the question we had.
Thank you.
Wanted to clarify that it was not part of the project.
All right, thank you, Rhonda, for coming. Next, I have Matthew.
Is everyone able to hear me all right?
Sure, welcome, Matthew. Would you please give us your name, your address as well?
Sure. I'm Matthew Unger. I'm the president of the Brookhill HOA. So I'll be speaking on behalf of the community. I just want to thank Rhonda and Mike and Wendy and other people in the community that are able to speak from their perspective. But I'll be speaking on behalf of Brookhill in its entirety. The address for our neighborhood is listed at 5759 North Jackson Drive. And I currently reside within the community there along 59th Street. So I know firsthand some of the concerns that we have with 59th Street as being a cut through on the north end of the neighborhood to Jackson, to and from Brooktree, which runs east and west from the Antioch area and neighborhood. First, I just want to thank the commissioners for the opportunity for neighbors and neighborhoods to come and speak and talk on this matter. I want to thank Redwood for engaging with us early on in this process, just to kind of get a feel for the neighborhood. I think a lot of times developments happen and there isn't enough input from the surrounding communities, and that gets lost. But I will just jump right into some of the main concerns. One is if all the commissioners did receive our testimonial, our 2-page testimonial with exhibits, I think one of the first things that shines through is the continuity with the surrounding neighborhoods. Again, as I stated, the Redwood apartment living, just from an architectural standpoint, the interiors are great. It's up to current standards. I think the communities that they provide seem to be, from my research, very accommodating to the people that they serve. But when you look at it in juxtaposition with the surrounding neighborhoods, this area specifically is exclusively single family homes on 0.25, 0.33, somewhere along those acres throughout that entire neighborhood, as far west as Antioch, as far south as Vivian, and even further to the highway, and then as far north as almost 152 highway. So we're talking about all single family homes. The closest you have on Brighton to a multifamily development is, as I mentioned in the testimonials, all the way up at the north, right at 152 with Brighton Creek Apartments and Brighton Crossing condominiums. And similarly to that, if I could, I don't know, maybe I can share my screen here. Maybe I don't need to. The North Ambassador and Northwest Skyview development for Redwood, I think fits perfectly, because you have the landing at Tiffany Springs and you have the retreat at Tiffany Woods. Not single family houses, they're multifamily developments, and it's perfect and it's great and it works well. I feel like it's in this neighborhood, right? And again, not that, we have a huge concern, as previously stated, with the residents and the development and Redwood as a company. But just fitting in with the surrounding area is a square peg in a round hole. That being said, we'll go now to the biggest contention of safety and the continuation of North Jackson Drive. Were this to be single family homes in conformance and continuity with Brookhill, Brooktree, Carriage Hill Estates to the north, the continuation of that drive would make so much more sense. It really would. And this, again, is not a knock on Redwood. They provide a particular service that isn't single family homes. And we get that, and that's fine. It's a good business model. But were it to be single family homes, the continuation makes infinitely more sense. The fact that it's not provides those additional concerns in terms of, a greater density. It's not 120 single family homes on this. It's 300, duplex, quad, and sixplex. That being said, regardless of the traffic that produces, that continuation, again, as stated in the testimony, is a concern regarding safety and traffic. And as we found out through local police, Brighton being a crime conduit, this would provide additional access in and out of those surrounding neighborhoods, particularly Brookhill, to and from Brighton. We've already seen an uptick in crime since, and each year it incrementally increases of thefts and vandalism throughout, again, particularly being able to access 59th Terrace and Jackson Drive to the west along Brooktree, and then to the east now, if Jackson continues, will be an easy drive through there. We border Gladstone to the west. And so we have additional communities over there that use 59th Terrace as a drive-through and use Jackson Drive as a cut through as well. So those are the primary concerns. As far as, grab my notes here, as far as the Kansas City, Missouri TDC, it seems to me that they look at at a lot of things from a two-dimensional as opposed to looking at the entirety and holistic view of what neighborhoods are and how these things connect. I don't know if they have any plans to alleviate any of these safety concerns. They seem to be very adamant about continuing that drive. And from their perspective, I can appreciate that. I can see why they would want that to continue through. But if they're looking at it only from their respective lens, I don't think that they're seeing the bigger picture of what that means for our neighborhoods and our communities. From a utility standpoint, a utility easement should be sufficient for utilities that are needed to cut through without extending a main road, a main public drive. There's plenty of opportunity to redesign where the site is currently, and I'm sure that that's already been gone through by McClure, the civil engineer that's hired by Redwood to explore different options, but you can get 2 entrances and exits off of Brighton Avenue that can be confirmed by the fire department for proper safety and access to and in the site, to where your only access to and from the site is a north and south entrance off of Brighton Avenue without having to access through Jackson and Chelsea. The dead ends on Jackson and Chelsea aren't a concern because they aren't deep enough. Those dead ends, the throats aren't deep enough for there to be a fire concern or other traffic safety concerns in that regard. So it is our contention as Brookhill that this is essentially for a benefit of the city. In talks with Redwood, we both came to the conclusion that for our respective developments and neighborhoods, that there's no purpose for us or benefit for us for the road to go through. This is really just a city wanting the city to have it go through. And again, from their perspective, I get that. I totally understand that. From our perspective, we don't see the benefit for us. We only see potential for worsening current concerns. We have a petition of nearly 176 signatures from our neighborhood and the surrounding area. And I think, just kind of in summation, should the development proceed and any of these concerns come to fruition, the city needs to be made aware that while they're not directly responsible for these things, they're not committing the crimes, they're not providing the safety concerns. As our governing body, they're in responsible charge of alleviating these concerns as much as possible by whichever city services fall under their purview. And given that the continuation of North Jackson through Brighton is not to the benefit of either of the existing neighborhoods or the development itself, doing so would be at the sole benefit of the city, who neither resides in nor engages with these neighborhoods. I would hate for this to be another opportunity for the city to show that they have a vested interest in the North Lane community residents and fail to do so. Thank you very much for my time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. And as you know, even after this body, there'll be another opportunity for public comments when it goes before the council. So again, I think you'll have council representation that you can speak to. Moving on, if there is, Mike, if you're still here, if you want to make comments, or do you feel like Matthew covered everything you want to say?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Can you
Please
hear me?
give us your address. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Mike O'Brien. I live at 5902 North Jackson Drive, Kansas City, Missouri. And I think Matt did a great job of summing up our concerns. I want to just bring out a couple of points. First off, I was involved in an effort in 2009. There was a previous development plan. The title of it was Brighton Meadows, same property, but our neighborhood went through a sustained effort with the CPC and City Council to block the street cut through for North Jackson. And by that, I mean, the plan was modified to, instead of connecting the street, North Jackson would end in a cul-de-sac in the proposed development. And I'd like to point out the staff report is incorrect in the history section, where it states that something to the effect that the project was recommended for approval with modifications and that the street would cut through. And that is incorrect because the final ordinance that was approved did not have the street cutting through. So I guess my point is that there was a previous version of the CPC and city council that listened to the neighborhood, saw the problem with the cut through and voted against it. And at that time, we had statements from fire and utilities that that's not a problem. So I don't understand what the push is to cut that street through. Then a couple other points. With regard to the testimony that Redwood gave about there was a recent meeting with the city to talk about different options for the street. One being no cut through with 2 entrances to their property, which is something I would very much prefer, and I think all of our neighborhood would prefer. The second option was a narrower roadway, 28 feet, to slow traffic. And then there's been talk of speed bumps or other options possibly to mitigate traffic. And it sounds as if, from the testimony Redwood gave, that the city is against all of that. I'd like to point out that prior to 2014, the southern portion of Jackson that extends from 57th Terrace to Vivian Road was a very much undeveloped road, no gutters, anything like that. And in 2014, the city did a project to replace that road, basically. So it was developed, I guess, to whatever the standards are. It's a very nice road now with bike lanes and wide sidewalks and so forth. But the city did not make that the whatever it is, the 37-foot roadway. The city developed a 28-foot roadway with speed bumps. There's 3 speed bumps on that road. So now the city is saying that the road has to be wide with no traffic mitigation, when in fact they developed the southern part of the road with, exactly the opposite. So that would be my question for the city planners. What's the deal? So I guess in summary, to me, it seems like the city wants to pretty much develop a racetrack through our neighborhood. And you're going to be able to move traffic rapidly from Gladstone to Liberty, east, that's going to the east, and from the east to the west, you're going to be able to move Claycomo traffic through to Gladstone, so right through Brookhill. And we don't like it, we don't want it. So we would just urge the commissioners to vote against this project as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony on this docket item?
There was someone named Ashton that I did promote that had raised their hand.
Ashton, are you available? Ashton? All right, Joe, if you see
I believe Ashton may have been trying to connect on her phone, so I'm not sure if
she's connected. She's just muted.
Not.
Okay. Ashton, please.
Lives across the street. She and I are both of the same mind, along with Mr. Unger and Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you. Ashton, are you available? If so, please take your phone off mute. Just give us your full name and address. All right, well, Joe, also go ahead.
There is another phone number connected, 816-260-893. Does this ring a bell for you, Wendy? Is this Ashton?
No, that's me. I had my phone out in the yard so that I wouldn't miss it, so I could come back in and listen. So that is me, Ashton. Sorry, her number.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I say one more thing? This is Mike.
Yes, ma'am.
Just very quickly. I think one concern with this project is that I would like to see the city do some kind of a traffic study to judge the impact on Jackson Drive, not just from the standpoint of the residents of Redwood, but from the standpoint of all of this cut through traffic and the fact that you're opening up, you're changing Jackson from being a collector street to an artery that is both north-south and east-west. And I think you're aware that north of the river in our area, we have very few artery type streets that go east and west. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashton, we see you now. If you will take your phone off mute, give us your address. We're happy to hear your testimony. We'll try one more time. Ashton, if you can't, if you're not able to give comments, we'll close public comments.
We're working on the connection. Sorry.
Can you hear
Someone-
me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so hi, I'm Ashton. I am at 5900 North Jackson Drive. So I guess our family's main concern is obviously the traffic. We have also had some crime in our neighborhood that we have worked tremendously to stop. My car was actually stolen out of our driveway with, an access point to get to Independence, and was 10 days. And we have worked tremendously hard to decrease the crime in our neighborhood. I know a lot of us have put up camera systems. We keep our lights on. We even have an alarm in our driveway. So if somebody walks near our car, the alarm goes off by our bed. And we haven't had any of that in,
Oh, we lost you. Nope, you're going in and out. Almost can hear you.
Okay, so we have worked, sorry, I'm at the hospital. So we have worked tremendously hard to stop the crime, with this new access point, with better access to get on the highway, where, crime is in our city. This is only going to increase that again. And I don't want to go back. We've had my car stolen. I've had thousands of dollars stolen out of my car, out of my husband's work van that sits in our driveway. So we just don't want to go backwards on that with this increase in traffic. We've all worked very hard to stop that. And we have two little girls. We've lost nights and nights of sleep just living at that house, which we love our house. We love our neighborhood. We just really want to keep the neighborhood safe, and all this traffic that's, going to happen in this neighborhood. It's going to really go backwards. And that's what our main concern is, all that traffic and, people who, know our neighborhood, they can just go and pull doors at night and get all this stuff out of our cars. We shouldn't have to make sure our cars are, obviously we should make sure our cars are locked, which we do now anyways, but we should feel safe in our neighborhood. We have two young daughters who we have to keep safe, and we've lost sleep at night over it. Knowing people can just go and pick our doors, luckily it hasn't been our houses, but we have to feel safe in our neighborhood, and that's our main concern. So that's our main concern as well with opening this up is the crime we've already endured, and all we've done to stop it, and we just don't want to go backwards. We would love to stay in our house and not have to move because, you know, this traffic in our neighborhood increases that.
Well, thank you, Ashton.
Yes, thank you.
For public comments today.
Thank you very much.
Drew, is there anyone else that wants to give that's raised their hand to give public comments, testimony?
That was it, Madam Chair.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to close public testimony. And then I think there's two things that I'm hearing. So one, staff, city, whether that's Genevieve or Joseph, maybe wanting to talk about like the city requirements and this extension of the street. So that's the first part. And then Allie from Redwood, maybe talking about a little bit of the lighting design or what other features you will have in place to help mitigate some of the challenges. You've done a very good job of explaining the speed bumps and those things, but hopefully there's some other things that you can add to the conversation. So I want to turn it over to staff. And then of course, commissioners, if there's any questions or comments that you would like to make, this is the opportunity to do that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. There's a couple things that I just wanted to make some clarification about. There is a bit of a history on this site, as Mr. O'Brien mentioned, and I'm not sure if you had time to read that section of my staff report, but just to make a little bit of correction to that, originally in the staff report that was written by the planner in 2009, staff was supported and they did recommend doing this connection of North Jackson Drive. However, the plans that were recommended approval by the Plan Commission were approved with modifications, and that was one of the modifications, was to not to do the street connection, but to do essentially the dead end that exists and then a cul-de-sac, so two separate pieces. So I think that's what Mr. O'Brien was talking about, but unfortunately I could not find an ordinance that ever approved that. So that sort of led me to believe that that project never actually made it to City Council or received approval from City Council. But yes, this issue has been brought up before, and that commission back in 2009 voted to get rid of the connection and have North Jackson Drive come off of North Brighton and then end in a cul-de-sac and not connect to the Brookhill neighborhood. And so us, the planning department, asking for this connection, I know, I believe it was the HOA president kind of mentioned perspectives. I will say from a planning perspective, we are required, it's a perspective, but it's also a requirement in the city code, which I also mentioned a little bit in my presentation, but in much more detail in the staff report. It comes from the subdivision section, which is 88-405-10-B-2, and that requires that streets in new subdivisions must connect with dedicated streets, in this case, North Jackson Drive in the adjacent subdivision, and provide for future extension of streets into adjacent areas. And the only way that waivers to this street connection can be approved is if there are topographical, sensitive natural resources, or other physical constraints that make the connection basically impractical, and none of those limitations exist here. So per the code, it is actually required. And I know back in 2009, there was a different zoning code. So we are looking at today's standards, and that is a requirement. I was present at the TDC meeting that's been brought up a few times, where the developer proposed to narrow down the road to reduce speeds. And I know Jeff Ryan from Public Works is available. He might be able to speak to that, but I know based on the comments from both the city engineer, Nicholas Bossinetto, and Jeff Ryan, he's a part of Public Works, they, in their expertise, did not foresee this to be a major traffic issue. And the road, North Jackson Drive, that's being extended, it will be extended at the same width that it already exists. I believe that's 38 feet. And I believe, and Jeff Bryan can correct me if I'm wrong, that is a residential collector. So it's just extending it from what already exists. It's not making it any sort of arterial road or arterial connection. That's not what it's classified as. And then lastly, the last point I had here was about the comment that was made for a traffic study. And Jeff Bryan can speak to that as well. I'll let him speak next. Public Works does require traffic impact studies in certain situations, so he can speak to how that was handled on this case.
Jeff, before you pop on, just a quick process question, Genevieve. If I'm understanding correctly, and if I'm not, please make it clear. Because this extension is required by code, this body does not have the authority to waive that.
That's correct. It would have, I urge Joe, please jump in. But
Yeah, you can make a recommendation on any waiver to the subdivision standards. The commission should make a recommendation if a waiver is being requested by the applicant. In this case, the applicant's not requesting that waiver. The neighborhood essentially is. So it would be proper for the commission to make a recommendation on the waiver. But Genevieve outlined to you that there's three situations in which a waiver can be granted, and this property does not trigger any of those three situations in our evaluation.
Thank you. I just wanted to just be clear, make sure that folks understand and know what the expectations and what this body can do and cannot do. Oh, sorry, Jeff, I think that you were going to speak.
Sure, good morning. Yeah, Jeff Bryan, City Traffic Engineer with Public Works. So yeah, so a traffic impact study was required with this project, as it was anticipated to generate more than 100 peak hour trips. And so with these apartments, looking at the traffic study, the highest volume would have been in the PM peak hour, and that would be 150. I believe the exact number was 151 peak hour trips. So it does meet the requirement for a traffic impact study, but we're not talking a large volume. That's basically 2.5 cars every minute is what it amounts to. So not a large volume compared to some developments that are in the area. And then the traffic impact study did indicate very minor impacts. I mean, you basically didn't see any difference with the impacts to Brighton and Jackson in this area with the addition of this development. As Genevieve said, yeah, we'd consider Jackson Street, the proposed cut through, or well, not cut through, the proposed addition to tie in from the existing Jackson over to Brighton to be a residential collector with some of the other streets tying into it. So that makes sense. And that's, again, the reason for the
Okay, not sure what happened to Jeff, but just one additional question, I have for the commissioners. Well, actually, let me ask Genevieve, this extension will have sidewalks, is that correct?
that's correct. This extension will be built to all city standards.
So kids will be able to ride their bikes on sidewalks?
Yes, and it will also have street trees as required, so providing shade.
Okay, and just one final question for me. There are some neighborhoods that I drive through that have the signs that says, drive like your kids play here, or watch out for kids. Is that something that a neighborhood can put in, or does that require permission from the city to have signs like that?
They could put those in. Our ordinance doesn't regulate that type of sign.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
I think the connection is really important. I think we had a similar project where they tried to propose 2 cul-de-sacs, and it was just fundamentally bad planning. I think with streets, there are ways even if it's not speed bumps, but bike lanes or different things to slow down speeds. And I think those options can be done even after the street's been put in. And I think with regards to kind of the type of development, which I mentioned, there were some comments. This is still kind of within the area plan. There's not an area plan amendment because it's still within the same level of zoning, not the exact zoning, but the same density. And so I think adding a different type of housing stock is important in all parts of the city. And I was happy to hear some of the concerns that we had about the private streets and then the wetlands answered. I'm gonna be in support of it with the connection. I think there's ways to make that speed less, but I think the connection is really important for the city, for the neighborhoods, just in general, having those connections. I live in a neighborhood where they didn't cut all the way over, and it's a pain to walk around and pain to drive around, not to speed, but just to get around more effectively. So I'll be a yes on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Anyone else would like to give?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I too am going to be supportive of it as it stands. But I hope that those who weren't supportive of the cut through can speak to council. I feel as though that's more, I'd feel more comfortable with them making that decision than us in terms of trying to decide this based upon best planning practices. I think that the most vibrant and robust neighborhoods are ones that offer housing opportunities for all sorts of people and at different price points. And so I think it's good to add, as Commissioner Baker added, different housing options. And so I think it's a good location. I think the cut through makes sense. And again, for those who are concerned about the cut through, I think there's another opportunity to speak about that. And in regards to safety, yeah, it's unfortunate, or I guess I should say crime as opposed to safety, but I think in all neighborhoods in Kansas City, whether it's on the Kansas side, whether it's in Mission Hills or Leawood or wherever it is, unfortunately, there are issues where doors get checked. And I think that it's an issue that needs to be addressed, but we're not going to be able to address it by reducing one street cut through.
All right, the final comment that I'll make before I ask for there to be a motion is just to, I do not believe after Jeff's comments that it warrants us adding an extra condition of a traffic study. But I would encourage the developers to continue to work with the neighborhood. Commissioner Baker outlined some additional steps that could be done to just ensure that it slows down traffic somewhat. I certainly know many of us are parents and we care about the safety of kids. All the commissioners do. We understand we want neighborhoods to be safe and vibrant and places where families feel comfortable living throughout Kansas City. And so just as a good developer that Redwood, you say that you never sell any neighborhoods that you develop. That means you're going to be a lifelong partner and part of this community. And certainly I think you should work with the neighborhood association to think about what are some other mitigation efforts that could be put in place to the best that you can. Those are my only comments. I'm happy to entertain a motion from the commission.
I move to approve docket item 7 with conditions.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Lisa, will you call for the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Sadowski, have you been here for the entire case? Okay, I guess not.
Sorry, no, I haven't. Couldn't
Okay.
find the unmute
I
button.
wanted to make sure. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
You're on mute, Mr. Rojas. Thumbs up.
Aye. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. It's been unanimously approved. Good luck, Redwood, and I hope that you continue to work with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kobe Crowd.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Turning it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Joe, do we need to move then real quick to docket item number 12? Because I think we're within that time frame of Director Williams, who wanted to speak regarding that one.
Yes, let's take up 12, please. Mr.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and read it. Docket item 12 is case number CPC 2021-00214, amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code as it pertains to 88-535 minor subdivisions and 88-110-06 residential lots, residential district lot and building standards, collectively referred to as the Infill Residential Development Ordinance. The staff planner for this one, the primary one, is Najma Muhammad, who's been putting in a bunch of work on it. But I have assisted, as well as Matthew Barnes and Anna Naniski. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, Director Williams is in attendance right now and would like to kick us off with an introduction on this. We also have Christopher Huey, our Permits Division Manager, as well as Jeff Lee, our Building Official and Plans Review Division Manager, on the line to answer any questions the Commission might have regarding permitting and building and fire code. Najma, I'll turn it over to you at this point.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all? And I hope good. I know you're muted. My name is Najma Muhammad. I've been the primary staff planner on this case, and today we're going to be talking about just an update in terms of our community involvement, our public engagement efforts, and where we are with the ordinance. We will not be asking for a decision today. This is simply informational and allows the public to speak on the case once again. So yeah, we're going to go over the ordinance just briefly since we've discussed it in front of you all before, overview of our public engagement efforts, and request some feedback from you all with the hopes that you all have been able to look at it a little bit closer and see where the neighborhood wants to make revisions or improvements to the process. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Williams and we'll get started with our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. Good morning, everyone. Jeffrey Williams, Director of City Planning and Development. You're seeing
Director Williams, it's kind of hard to hear you, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better.
Let me try one more time. How about now?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Okay, I will start again. My apologies. I'm Jeffrey Williams, Director of City Planning and Development. You'll see me titled here, Jeff Lee, Building Official. If you look there, he is sitting to my side. Jeff will be providing information on this presentation towards its end. We're also in the room with us is Christopher Huey, who is the head of our Permits Division. I just first wanted to thank all of you, and that is staff, that is the commissioners, and there's certainly community for providing us feedback and weighing in on the proposed changes related to residential infill. And there are also some things that pair over with minor subdivision changes as well. My goal this morning in addressing you, and I'm going to apologize in advance, I'm going to address you up front and then have staff from the Development Management Division and the building official provide you more background and details. But I just wanted a moment or two just to set a little bit of context as it relates to the consideration of this item. And so what you're seeing on the list is what this residential infill ordinance is. And I think it could also be aptly titled what this residential infill ordinance is not. Let me lean into the things that this ordinance is not. To be clear, that this ordinance in no way is offering or is allowing for a particular type of development that is currently not allowed. People are allowed to and encouraged to infill on existing residential lots. These are communities that have and areas that have had previous development on them before. And the idea is to look at how we as a city best make use of land with existing infrastructure that can provide locations for the creation of housing, which I know everybody knows is very paramount, the current status all across the country as it relates to housing development. So really, as we look at this ordinance, it's understanding how there is a modification in process. And the word streamlining on the screen about is direct and accurate. This is allowing for a path to let infill development occur and happen in a way in which it's understood probably from the broader context. That is something that does not happen now. Yes, I'm clearly understanding that infill development on lots that are smaller than what current zoning requires has a process through the Board of Zoning Adjustment. But their processes and their reviews happen in looking at things, as you know, from a dimensional standpoint. The thing that I appreciate about this new ordinance is it's talking about infill development just beyond those properties immediately adjacent. It's talking about development in a broader context along the entirety of the street frontage. Again, this is development that can occur right now. The goal here is to have a process that is more straightforward. It's a process that allows some of the context conversations to happen, but happen, in a consistent, equitable manner across the entirety of the city. Again, you're seeing and we are experiencing, and I think everyone would say that we are experiencing interest in and development in infill, and understand that there can be some pressures as it relates to that infill development, pressures outside of this particular ordinance or this ordinance change. But there are circumstances where this infill development is happening, where it is looking to encourage and promote redevelopment in areas that has not experienced development in a long time. I think also because we're looking at having lots be available for redevelopment in areas with existing infrastructure, it's a means by which, as we see it, for there to be the production of housing at more affordable price points. And the screen says affordable and accessible house points, because lots of locations where infill development is taking place in environments where we have greater options as it relates to alternate forms of transportation. So when we talk about housing and affordability, it's not only clearly the cost of the housing unit itself, it's also the cost of what someone might need to do from a household expense, transportation, other kinds of things. So looking at promoting additional housing in areas with robust transit is also a great strategy as it relates to promotion of affordable housing. So I really, again, just wanted to talk about what this ordinance is doing, what it is not doing, understanding, right, and this is a second time we're having the broader community conversation. And I appreciate the feedback we received, and that feedback always helps us to make amendments to proposals and to capture those comments and things that we feel are additive to the ordinance, and that allows community to have the level of surety that as the infill development happens, it's not happening to a deep compromise to overall community. So that's what you'll hear today and continue to hear from us. I appreciate the time again to set context. The staff members will dive into lots of detail, and your feedback is appreciated, because at the end of the day, we are looking at doing this in a citywide fashion. We have infill lots all across the city. We are a city that is successful because we provide all types of environments in which to make improvements. That's everything from brownfields to greenfields to infill development. We're just trying to make sure that we keep up with market, and we're trying to make sure that as we do that, we allow for this type of very important housing development to happen at all points of affordability and happen in a way that the housing created is accessible to as many people as possible. With that, I thank you, and I apologize, but certainly I am going to follow up with group and staff, and questions certainly of me, please let staff know, and I will work with them and get you all a response. So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Mohammed, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Director.
Next, we're going to go into a little bit of what our code currently, how our code currently addresses some of these non-conforming lots, many of which should this ordinance be approved, would be considered infill lots, and Mr. Rexwinkle will be going over that.
Thank you, Najma and Director Williams. I'm going to help provide some of the background for why we're proposing a text amendment. The first is to discuss non-conforming lots. As it stands, you'll see in the presentation a map of the non-conforming lots and where they're located citywide. But in our analysis, there are more than 23,000 lots across the city that are non-conforming. And a non-conforming lot is simply a piece of land, a lot, that does not meet today's requirements. Generally, that's with regard to lot area or lot width. Up until about 3 years ago, the city staff, in reviewing and issuing building permits for homes on non-conforming lots, we did that. There is a provision in the ordinance under the definition for lot area that says that we have the ability to issue a permit for a single family home on a non-conforming lot. However, there's another provision in the ordinance that's shown here on the screen, which indicates that if the non-conforming lot was deemed combined with an adjacent lot, that we cannot without first reestablishing those lots. We attempted, let me back up just a bit. Our issuance of a permit on a non-conforming lot, which had been deemed combined by the ordinance, and by deemed combined, when I say that, it's the ordinance only that's deeming it combined. There's not a staff person or a board that's deeming anything combined. But staff's approval of a building permit back in, I believe it was 2018 or 2019, was appealed to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And the board looked at the entire code, including this provision, the provisions of non-conforming lots that are shown here, and determined that this provision was more restrictive. In part, that was their determination, that it was more restrictive than the lot area provision that allows us to grant that building permit. And as a result, they overturned our decision. That had the effect of preventing us going forward from issuing any building permits on non-conforming lots that were deemed combined. And so what I'll say here again is that a non-conforming lot that is deemed combined is anytime there is one or more lot under common ownership where at least one of them is non-conforming, then all of those lots, contiguous lots under common ownership, are automatically deemed combined by the ordinance. So the provision, so what Najma is showing you here is an example of a real block in Kansas City with the red hatched boundary around it. Those are lots that are deemed combined. So you can see on the top left, there are 3 lots. One or more of those 3 lots is non-conforming, and they're all under common ownership. So they are deemed combined. And for the purposes of our ordinance, they are 1 lot. And instead of building 3 houses on those 3 lots, you can now only build 1 house under the ordinance. The same is true for the lots on the right side of the image here. There are 2 lots deemed combined there into 1. So instead of building 2 houses, you can only build 1. So this provision on non-conforming lots, Najma, if you can go back to the last screen, what that has the effect of is consolidating lots and thereby reducing density across the city. And staff believes that is directly contrary to one of the overall policies of the city, which is when you see the map of non-conforming lots in a minute, you'll see that they're primarily located south of the river in the urban core, in an area where we have the density already, or the infrastructure already, and the establishment of the patterns and arrangement of housing is for a higher density. We believe that it's important to amend the ordinance to allow a reestablishment of the density that it was originally developed. So we did attempt to repeal the section of the ordinance that was shown there at that time. And a lot of the commentary that we heard when we attempted to do that was that this would allow unfettered development on these individual lots. The houses would be too close together. There could be conflagrations and entire neighborhoods burning down. And so we believe we're protected from that specific concern by our building and fire codes. And that's why we have Mr. Lee here to address that. But you know, the takeaway, ultimately that repeal was not successful. So we're stuck with the current ordinance that we have today. And I'll talk in a moment about what options that gives us. But we believe that there are protections in place from a building and fire code perspective that prevent some of the concerns that were expressed with regard to fire, for example. And the big takeaway from that, ultimately, with that not being successful, is that there's really a need to address what gets built ultimately on these lots and whether it's contextually appropriate, whether it fits with the neighborhood. In the meantime, we have several neighborhoods who are dealing with a lot of this development, infill development that is contextually out of touch with what's already there. And some of them are attempting to address it in different ways, including overlay districts, for example. And there's been a number of variances going to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for houses that are taller than what is allowed in their current zoning, for example. So we see there as being two needs. One, finding a way of making it more streamlined or easier for people to build homes on these infill lots, but also require them at the same time to do that in a way that is sensitive and appropriate for the neighborhood and the block that it's located on. I want to touch on next what we've been doing for the past 3 years, because you might hear some testimony regarding this ordinance taking away a public hearing opportunity for the neighborhoods. Without this amendment that we're proposing, the only path available to a property owner to utilize a lot or reestablish a lot that's non-conforming and build a house on it is either a variance from the Board of Zoning Adjustment or a development plan approval. And our response to the taking away of a public hearing process is that anytime you have a provision in your ordinance that requires 23,000 plus lots to get a variance, you probably need to change your ordinance. So that's one response to that. The other thing is with a development plan, if you look at the criteria that trigger a requirement for a development plan, they're really, the criteria are related to the size and scale of a development. So in other words, you have to have more than 50 units. If you're proposing more than 50 residential units, you have to get a development plan approved. If you're proposing more than 40,000 square feet of commercial development, you have to get a development plan approved. So the development plan, while it's an option that customers have used in order to fix the problem that they have with their property and make the lots conforming again, it is not intended for this purpose. It is intended for larger scale development. So our response to those general comments is that this public hearing process only came into existence after the board's decision in 2019 to repeal staff's decision. It was never intended to have a public hearing process for someone to build a house on a lot. So that I want to address that up front. What we're showing here on this screen is the current process, which is what I've been describing. Basically, a customer, when they're wanting to do something with a non-conforming lot, the first thing that we work with them on is we identify or help them to identify whether it meets the current zoning code requirements. If the answer is yes, you'll see on the bottom left, you go straight to permits. That means the lot's conforming. If you're one of those persons who owns one of the 23,000 non-conforming lots and the answer is no, you then, if it's a single non-conforming lot, and I want to make this clarification, if it's not combined with anything adjacent to it, it's a single lot, then you are eligible for a permit if you can provide a chain of title going back to 2011, which indicates that it was never deemed combined with an adjacent property. Many contractors and builders simply do not know what that is or how to do that. And it can slow what should take just a day or two to get a building permit. It can slow it down considerably. So even if you're not deemed combined, the ordinance as currently structured creates a roadblock and makes it harder and slower for people to get a building permit because they have to prove to us it was never deemed combined first. But let's say that they do, then they're able to go on and get their building permits that, eventually. If the lot was deemed combined, then your next step is to survey the property and then try to reestablish the lot through a minor subdivision process. Since 2019, I cannot think of one minor subdivision that was one property that was able to do this through a minor subdivision process. And that's because a provision of the non-conforming lot ordinance that we had shown you on the screen allows them to only be recreated through a minor subdivision if the resulting lots are at least 30 feet wide. In some cases they are, in some cases they're not. And it just depends on the lot area. If they're also non-conforming with regard to lot area, then they may also need a variance or a deviation with the development plan. But either way, this is depicting for you that it has to go through a process, either a minor subdivision or a major subdivision, which isn't shown here, and a variance or a variance to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. That adds anywhere, if you're just needing a variance, anywhere from 7 to 11 or 12 weeks onto your process, and then you're eligible for a building permit. If you're not needing a variance, or if you're taking a development plan route, you're looking at more of a 3 to 4 month process in order to get deviations in lieu of a variance from the city council with that development plan. So you're adding considerable time to a process where normally you're able to get a building permit within a matter of days. You're now looking at several months. Next slide, please. So again, this ordinance amendment has two parts to it. One is to make it easier to create the lots. That's the minor subdivision portion of the amendment. And the second one is to create context-sensitive development standards that apply to the development that will occur on those lots. Our current ordinance has what we call conventional development standards that set prescriptive setback, building height requirements. In other words, they're not based upon what's built around it. It's based upon what was deemed appropriate when that ordinance was written. So they're set in stone rather than adjustable based upon the context. What we're proposing is adjustable standards based upon what's surrounding the property in question. Next slide, please. The first thing we have to do this is define what infill residential development is. So we'll actually start at the bottom of this slide. A lot is already defined in the ordinance. It is a tract, plot, or portion of a subdivision or other parcel of land intended as a unit for the purpose, whether immediate or future, of transfer of ownership for building development. So then the question becomes, how's a lot infill? An infill lot is this is a proposed definition, is any lot zoned residentially and meeting one of the following criteria: described by deed or plat recorded prior to January 1st, 1954, or annexed into Kansas City prior to that date. That date's important because that is the date that the city first adopted subdivision regulations. So any lot created prior to that date did not have rules that it had to follow. And so we have a number, well, that explains in large part why so many of the older areas of the city have non-conforming lots, because they were created at a time that there were no rules for how those lots were to be created.
Thank you, Joe. So now we're going to start talking about the minor subdivision portion of the ordinance and what that's going to look like in relation to infill residential development.
Hold on
Thank
one
you.
second. Commissioner Beasley, did you have a question before we move on? You've got your hand raised.
It's hard to hear you. I don't know because you're not muted. No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you right now. Maybe we'll come back to it. Let's go ahead and continue on if you don't mind. Sorry about that.
No worries. You can go on that.
Okay, so it's first important to kind of discuss what a minor subdivision is versus a major. You guys are very familiar with major subdivisions that go through preliminary and final plat. Minor subdivisions, however, are administratively approved by staff and never go through any entitlement body. So the problems with minor subdivisions that we have determined are that it first conflates eligibility criteria with approval criteria. Second, it assumes that every subdivider is dividing land into new lots for the purposes of development. And third, any subdivision involving 6 or more lots must be approved through the major subdivision process and go through City Planning Commission. The solution that we have determined is that the reestablishing of lots is by right, and we'll go into more detail on that in a second. The second is organizing the subdivision types by a new naming convention and clarifying eligibility criteria versus approval criteria. We'll go into that in the next slide also. And then third is providing incentives for incremental developers and minor subdivision policies that complement infill development. So it's important to note that type 1, 2, and 4 already exist. Type 3 is the new one. Type 1, of course, is a combination of land or a lot line adjustment where there is no net increase in lots. Type 2 is dividing a parcel of land into up to 5 lots. And type 4 is a condominium plat, such as a high-rise downtown. Those 3 already exist. Type 4, however, is a net increase up to 20 lots. This would come with some public improvements, such as water and sewer main extensions, which currently, let's say they have 6 lots, and has to go through, and they need water extension, it has to go through you. On the next slide, we will see that we are also proposing the reestablishment of the original platted lot lines by right. So in the example on the right side of the screen, you can see 3 lots there. 2 pink lines are the original platted lot lines, which were at one point in time approved by City Council. And on the left, you can see what currently sits today. In order to go through and reestablish those lot lines, that property owner would have to hire a surveyor and go through the minor subdivision process, which are both expensive processes. However, through this proposed ordinance, it would be allowed by right based on the legal description. This would allow for, it wouldn't allow for, let's say, a legal description that says tract 1 of Najma's lot plus the north 50 feet. It's only the original lines, if that makes sense.
And if I can jump in real quick, Matt, and on this slide, I think it's important to note that they may be eligible to reestablish with a minor subdivision, but only if they're able to obtain variances first, because the resulting lots are non-conforming under the current ordinance.
Yes.
The other option, aside from a minor subdivision, is to go through a development plan process, because the city council can grant deviations to the minimum lot area and lot width with a development plan, and then they can plat it afterwards. So both of those are a process that takes a long time, and there's significant risk if they're not approved in order to build 2 more houses on this property. That's so that we really want to drive home to the commission that that's the impact of doing nothing. Is doing nothing is saying that it should be that difficult to build 2 houses versus doing something with this ordinance. Amending the ordinance as we're proposing would allow someone to reestablish those 2 lots and do that administratively. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're gonna, with that said, we're gonna go into what we're proposing in terms of our lot and building standards for the infill residential development ordinance. I do want to quickly say, as we have received comments on green space, that open land in a neighborhood does not equal a park, or does not mean that that land is vacant. Sometimes it's owned by the person who lives there or has a larger owner, but this open space is not necessarily public open space. And so in allowing people to build on their property, we aren't taking away any green space that would otherwise be in their neighborhood. I hope that's clear. Okay. So as Joe said, there are approximately 23,000 residential non-conforming lots in KCMO. And under our proposed definition, many of them would be defined as an infill residential lot. We realize over time, and even in the short time that I've been here, that there has been an increase in variance requests for homes made illegal by the introduction of zoning initially, and the introduction of our subdivision standards, as mentioned before, and in various areas in the city, rezoning or downzoning to buy neighborhoods to avoid multi-unit housing, which then brings all of the former homes and lots already built into non-compliance under our current zoning and development code and conventional lot and building standards. And so we want to see that decrease, because many of these variances are to homes and principal structures that already exist and were once approved in terms of building codes and zoning regulations by the city at some point, or under permits because it was legal. Non-conforming lots does not mean non-buildable. It just means that under our conventional zoning and development standards, they do not comply. We also, just based on this picture, as Joe was describing the map earlier in terms of lots deemed combined, but also lots that are considered non-conforming, we see a concentration in certain areas of the city that I think we all can agree have been historically divested and have experienced unequal burdens or less of an investment over time. And so we're wanting to relieve some of those burdens and barriers to maintaining the properties that people already own and have access to. Before I move forward, I do see that Commissioner Sadowski has her hand raised. I don't want to skip if there's a question pertaining to what we've been discussing.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, of those 23,000 lots, what already has been developed on those lots versus is completely vacant?
Sure. So I don't have the actual lot numbers, but we can look at the map more closely. This is a screenshot from our non-conforming parcels map, but I can show you all of the non-conforming parcels map, and we can look at those. Many of the lots are developed already, and I can show you that on this map here.
Because my question becomes, does this, if you have, let's say, 3 lots that have 1 house on it, and I think this goes back to James' question about encroachment, if there is a property where it's on more than 1 of those lots, does it incentivize tear downs to accommodate the 3 houses that might be able to fit on there versus the 1?
Can you rephrase your question just a little so I understand? Are you saying?
Sure. I think what I'm thinking about is like if somebody, let's say a developer sees an old house that's on on 3 non-conforming lots and knows that by right he can build 3 houses on there. Does that result in that original home being torn down, which may or may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing, but just wondering about that particular situation.
Sure. I'll zoom into this area because I think that's a good example and a good point to raise. In terms of our lot and building standards, which I'll go into a little bit more in a bit here, I'd say it depends. And it depends because the lot and building standards are contextual to the homes that are already on that block face. And so if there are homes with a certain lot width and certain lot dimensions already there, say this block, all of them seem to be relatively the same. And this is just using broad terms, not terms pulling from our standards. But if all of the lots are, say, 25 or 30 feet wide, it is not under our proposed ordinance. It is not an incentive for a developer to try to tear this house down and build across these 2 lots because the standards would require for them to fit into the context of what's here already. Now that's different for properties properties on lots that are more vacant, which we've applied provisions for as well. And I'll have that in a later slide, where you're almost creating a new context, and that can be looked at in either way, as you said, good or bad. But I hope that answered your question, generally speaking.
Can I add a little bit of color to that as well on the particular example she's showing here of these 2 lots that are combined where her cursor is? The current ordinance makes it very difficult to decombine those or reestablish it. So I would argue that the current ordinance incentivizes the tear down, because if the house there needs a lot of work and someone's buying it and they don't want to put money into it and they think there's a market for a bigger house, they're going to tear it down and just build a bigger house. And that's why we think it's really important to pair the minor subdivision changes with the context sensitive standards, because both of them are self-limiting to each other. If it's easier to divide these lots and you can't build a house that is out of context with the houses that are on that block, then you're not going to create lots bigger than you really need, because you can't build a house bigger than what's there, the pattern that's there. So you'll see in a moment when she gets into the standards that there's no limitation on lot area, and we can talk about that. But that's, we believe that both provisions are self-limiting to one another, and that's why they should be paired together.
Yes, Commissioner Enders.
Commissioner Sadowski, I'll just also add that I spent 10-15 minutes on that viewer looking at a ton of the homes that either are next to a vacant lot but had been developed, or kind of the situation you're talking about. And I saw very few, this is totally anecdotal and no real data, but I saw very few that were built over the lot lines. So I don't think there would be a lot of instances where there was like a period in time where one neighborhood was developed over those lot lines, and therefore a neighborhood would be at risk in mass of having multiple teardowns from one developer trying to increase density. So totally just my take on it, but I tried to score around all those areas for like 20 minutes and I didn't see a lot of that.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the pinkish color is a lot that is vacant and deemed non-conforming, and just the orange is just orange and purple combined, but just the oranges are vacant lots and the purple are non-conforming lots. I don't think that I
would you mind putting the link to that in the chat?
Not at all.
Asks a question with regards to going the other way. If you've got a resident who wants to buy 2 lots and build 1 house, then is this ordinance going to inhibit that?
You said if we have someone who wants to buy, say, these 2 lots and build 1 house across these 2 lots?
Yep.
Ideally, yes, that is what Joe was referring to. Those lot and building standards would constrict them to build in a manner that's and the pattern or the context that's already been created by the homes on that lot. And so anything outside of that, they would still need to obtain a variance to go outside of the prescripted infill lot and building standards. So if they wanted to build bigger than what is allowed, they would have to go before the Board of Zoning Adjustments and express a hardship as to why they need a bigger home in an area with a certain context of homes.
And Commissioner Allender, we have heard some comment that there should be a maximum lot area in the proposed ordinance as currently drafted. There isn't. But that, I believe, is the basis of that question, was the concern that someone could combine and make larger lots. I mean, they could today, to be very clear. There's nothing in the ordinance that says you can't today either. But we believe the lot and building standards, which again, she's getting ready to show you, wouldn't allow someone to build a house that warrants, that's of a size that would warrant a lot that large. So it would be very unlikely that someone would buy additional land, more land than they need. But it is possible under the proposed ordinance that they would be able to do that. They just wouldn't be able to build a house that's out of context.
Okay, so we're restricting residences in the essentially inner suburbs on house size with this ordinance.
Did you say in the suburbs specifically?
Well, no, within, I'm looking across at my next door neighbour. They bought two lots and built one house, and it's improved the neighbourhood, really. So I'm just making sure, are we restricting, if they had to do that again, are we restricting that in the inner suburbs, that you could only build a certain type of house or a certain size of house?
I would say it still depends, particularly because I don't know your neighborhood. It would depend on if those lots would be considered infill, because our conventional standards, lot and building standards, will still be applied for those lots that are not considered infill. And then it would, again, still depend on what the context of the neighborhood is. So if it's argued, if this is something that does have to get a variance, if it's argued that the proposed development would be within context of the neighborhood or what the neighborhood wants, that's something that the neighborhood could come out or produce support to in order for them to get it passed, if that is the case. But that is a complete hypothetical, and I don't know, because all of our standards are contextual by block, and so each block would be different.
Okay, I'm not against infill.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm just hoping, I hope that I'm answering the questions.
But I just want to make sure that there's some flexibility here that owners can actually, if they wanted to, buy two lots, build one house, if it was still in the characteristics of the neighbourhood or not. I mean, I live in the West Plaza. There's been a lot of infill and development, and a couple of developers bought 2 blocks, and some residents have bought 2 blocks to build one house. So I'm just looking at that, and that's improved some of the neighbourhood as well. Now, was it in characteristic with the neighbourhood probably 6 or 7 years ago? Probably not, but we're seeing that.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen, and we'll get into this a little bit more later in the presentation, but we've seen, I guess you could say, arguments on both sides of people wanting infill that creates new character, people not appreciating infill because it takes away from what they believe is the character of their neighborhood, people not wanting density, people wanting density. So the goal is, we know that this is not going to address all of everyone's wants, desires, or needs for their neighborhood, but we're hoping that it captures enough of the context to mitigate a lot of what we're seeing that we believe to be unnecessary or egregious in terms of barriers to development. And when we say development, we're more so focusing on homeowners and incremental developers, smaller developers, and less of the larger commercial developers creating new subdivisions and things like that. So there will be gaps, I guess, because it's not going to fix everything, and we recognize that. So hopefully we'll be able to see what those other gaps are and create amendments in the future to address those as well.
I had one question you might address in the next couple of slides, but I know we had talked about the contextual styles and using the blocks, but I was wondering if you had considered about the kind of, because there's a lot of blocks in the city that are almost all vacant, right? And so how do you create context off of that? And is there a minimum number of structures on a block that you would have in the ordinance, or if it doesn't meet a minimum, would you expand out maybe 2 blocks to kind of get that context for those lots that are pretty much empty?
We are going to go over that, and then after we talk about that point in the other standards section of the ordinance, we can discuss if that last suggestion in terms of going out into other blocks to determine a context for a particular block is something you would want to be considered. But I will be going over that shortly. So I'm going to move forward, and then we can take questions up again in a couple slides. Okay. So I won't linger too much here. I believe Joe covered this a good amount in terms of what the current process is. And the proposed process is determining whether or not they meet infill lot and building standards. And if not, and when I say infill lot and building standards, this includes the definition. So it does a lot meet the definition of an infill residential lot. And then next, after determining the contextual lot and building standards, is the developer able to meet those standards? If so, they go through the typical procedures they would to go to permits and go through permits. If not, they will still have to go through a public hearing process for a variance before the Board of Zoning Adjustments. And if they're proposing anything else in terms of a MPD or a rezoning, which is some of the concerns we've raised, we aren't taking away public engagement for any of the processes, and we aren't allowing for anything that currently is not allowed for. And so this goes into a little bit of what we've summarized in terms of we're creating lot and building standards that meets the needs of some of the reestablished lots through our proposed updated minor subdivision regulations. Again, we cannot have one without the other. We're attempting to remove some of the barriers to the smaller developers or homeowners who live on non-conforming lots that it would be a risk for them to go before the Board of Zoning Adjustments, spending time, money, and other resources they may not have that it's just disposable for a variance or variances that they may not get, obtain. And so we're also legalizing some of these lots that are perfectly fine and buildable, especially with the introduction of modern building codes and public safety and health regulations. They just aren't buildable under the current ordinance, and again, would require them to go before the Board of Zoning Adjustments, improve hardships in order for them to be able to build and or maintain their existing home. And so I believe this has been covered. We already have conventional open space and conservation lot and building standards. And the fourth one we're proposing would be determined or deemed infill development residential standards. This is an example of a home in Kansas City, Missouri already. People can do what this property owner has already done, has taken 3 lots and combined them through our minor subdivision process, or maybe it was deemed combined, and they were able to build across the 3 lots a much larger home than what is currently in the neighborhood. And so this is an example of what neighbors are trying to avoid in this particular area. Neighbors aren't wanting to see homes that are much bigger in scale and outside of the context of what is already there. And so this is something that this ordinance would discourage. A development like this under our proposed ordinance would have had to go through the Board of Zoning Adjustments for it to be approved to be built on the site. This is a little bit more of what we're trying to encourage in terms of context. This is, you see homes that are already here. No, this is not in Kansas City, but this gives an example of what infill can look like. You see homes that are already existing, and the infill development is trying to match the character in terms of size, height, lot area, and all of that. I want to also remind that this is not changing what building types are already allowed. So if a multi-unit apartment is not currently allowed in an R5 district, it won't be under this ordinance. This is Latin building standards that pertains to the current building types allowed per our zoning and development code. On the flip side of that, if an apartment building is currently allowed, they will be able to do that. And if anything, it will allow them to build on properties that, again, are buildable, but under today's ordinance are not, or under today's zoning and development code that is broad in context across the city and not contextual would not. And so now I'm going to go into a little bit of how we have engaged with the public over the past month or two time. So our first citywide town hall meeting was on March 24th. We had 130 participants, individual participants register. 77 of them attended. All of the individuals who registered for the town hall received information, as well as individuals who we either received information from Center Planning and Development or Center for Neighborhoods. We received their information and sent meeting invitations out for our neighborhood meetings, as well as other information on our Chapter 88 webpage, which has been up since November of 2021. The first neighborhood meeting we held was in trying to, I don't know why that's like that, but trying to focus in on these areas of the city: Trucewood, Blue Hills, Rock Hill, Crest, Armor Hills, 4963, some of the areas of the city that we saw as being most impacted by this ordinance in terms of who would be required or who would be assisted by our proposed lot and building standards in terms of infill residential development. We had 17 register and 6 attend. I will say that I had conversations with members, some members from various neighborhoods who weren't able to make the physical meeting over the phone, and gave similar information to that of what I discussed in our neighborhood virtual meetings. Similarly, these were the neighborhoods we are wanting to focus on April 21st. We had 25 registered and 15 attend. On the 28th, we had 16 register and 7 attend. And on May 5th, we had 24 register and 13 attend. The virtual meetings, the last 4 slides that I just went through, these virtual meetings were held on Zoom. Participants had the opportunity to designate themselves or be designated by their communities as a panelist to discuss more one-on-one or directly with city staff and ask questions on behalf of their neighborhood and their neighborhood organizations. And so they were promoted as panelists if that's what they chose to do, and talk to us directly as we went through the infill development presentation. We were able to ask questions that they felt directly impacted their neighborhoods. Many of the questions led to suggestions of revisions, which I'll go to in later slides, of what the neighborhoods want to see, and as Joe briefly touched on a little bit earlier. We had 2 in-person meetings with the South. They are less impacted by the ordinance in terms of non-conforming and infill lots. However, we wanted everyone to be included in terms of making their voice heard about this. And so we met with them in person, Southern Communities Coalition, at their April 20th meeting. About 12 attended the meeting, and I believe we had about 10 or 7 in attendance by the time it was our time to speak. The Center Planning Development Council meeting was a much larger meeting. We had about 40 people in attendance with a lot of feedback as well. We've also been in conversation with members of the board for Center Planning and Development Council, and I will share a letter from them at the end of the meeting. I'll just share it on the screen and give you all the opportunity to read it, since it was not provided to me in enough time to include in our staff report in our case. We'll give you all the opportunity to go over that letter. I won't spend too much time on this. This slide was put in our presentations with the neighborhoods because we received various comments on what's listed here in relation to the infill development ordinance. And I believe Mr. Williams did an excellent job of touching on some of those areas of what this ordinance, infill residential ordinance, is addressing versus what it is not addressing, and what city planning and development management division has the capacity to influence or impact today. And I want to reiterate again what won't change. This won't change administrative approval process or review requirements. There is still a zoning review. If permit sees a project and they do not feel that it meets zoning or want a second pair of eyes on it by a planner or all of the planners in our planning meetings, they still have to go through a zoning review process. If this is a permit, a straight to permits development, they still go through a permits review. City staff at all times will always review projects. There will never be a time that city staff won't see a legally developed project. They're still going to have to go through entitlement processes if they do not meet or want to vary or deviate from what the code allows for. And so any alterations or variances to the code, they're still going to have to go through either City Plan Commission, City Council, or Board of Zoning Adjustments. There is still required public engagement, especially for our all of our cases that goes before CPC, for the most part, have to go through public engagement. Our codified public engagement process, where they have to engage with neighborhood associations and have to engage with members of the public that are within 300 feet of the subject property. This is not taking that away by any means. And they're still going to have public hearings. Again, if they're going through a process that wants to regulate or alterations or variances, et cetera, they're going to have to go through Board of Zoning Adjustments, CPC, and City Council, and the public will always be allowed to make input at these meetings, either through, for the Board of Zoning Adjustments, attending the meeting, or notarize letters of support or opposition. And the same goes for CPC and City Council. By attending the meeting or providing some form of document of support or opposition, neighborhood voices can and will always be heard in these circumstances. And again, there are still building code requirements, which our building official will get into building code requirements and other health and safety provisions that will not allow the city to burn, or for developments to be built that are approved by the city that are unsafe. We spoke about some of those revisions. We've made 2 revisions since the initial introduction of this ordinance on the webpage in November of 2021. And so these are some of those included revisions. We had various conversations with neighborhood representatives about garages and visibilities from the street, about driving paths, and where they should be located, how they should be located to stay within the context of what's already there, improvements of alleys and other vehicular use area requirements. And to Commissioner Baker's question on infill residential lots and block faces with 2 or fewer developed lots, this is how we are addressing that. The developer will have to follow the conventional development standards reduced by 25%. And so, for example, what that looks like, if the conventional development standard in question has a minimum side yard setback of, say, 10% of the lot width, the applied setback for this infill lot will be 7.5% of the lot width. And that goes for each of our conventional development lot and building standards per the zoning and development code today. And it's in a way creating its own context. Yes. However, if they're wanting to go outside again of what is allowed under this standard, they're going to have to go through the Board of Zoning Adjustments or through City Council. And in these neighborhood meetings, some of our recent suggestions have been building maximum. As Joe touched on before, this is including the lot area, the floor area ratio, which I will talk about, that has brought up a lot of conversation, building heights based on average, and some other points we've taken notes on in terms of context based on residential building type on a block face. So they are wanting to see, instead of saying on all lots on a block, the averages are based on the similar building types. So you're not conflating or comparing rather a single unit home to a multi-unit home. And then clearer language to describe block face. As it currently reads, the intent is not being understood. And we want to make sure that people understand that block face is already defined in the code right now, and that block face definition is what we're referring to. And we will make it clear that the 100 feet are the revised feet length or width that we include in the ordinance is to meet or capture those lots in the city that are much longer and it would take things out of scale and context if we were to include the entirety of that block face. And so we're going to go into understanding floor area ratio a little bit in terms of how our code defines it. The floor area ratio is the floor area of the building divided by the total gross area of the lot upon which the building is located. And floor area, that part of the definition of floor area is the floor area that we calculate is the sum of the gross horizontal area of all floors in the building measured from the interior wall faces of the exterior walls. And there are a lot more details in our code in terms of what's calculated under floor area, what counts in floor area. We won't go into that today. We can provide that section of the code should anyone need it. But I wanted to give some visuals to what floor area is. This is how we currently use floor area ratio across the entirety of our zoning and development code for permits. This is how we calculate it, and that's how we intend to continue to calculate it in our lot and building standards. And so this is an example of how floor area can be interpreted in various ways. This is 100% of lot coverage. So imagining a 0 lot line building where it goes right up to the property lines. This is 50% of the lot being covered, so only a portion of the lot. And this could go either way in terms of having it dead set in the middle or whatever. But for the purpose of understanding, this could be 50% of lot coverage with more than one floor. So again, floor area is counting the horizontal of the building as well as the horizontal as well as the vertical area of the floor. And so we're capturing all of that in terms of height, and our lot and building standards restrict in a way that floor area to make it contextual to what is surrounding the homes. That came up as a point of concern in a lot of ways. Is, well, what if they try to build this way or that way? This is how we cap on the building, the area of the building on a lot. If this is unclear, my apologies. Joe, if you want to provide any further context on floor area ratio, you can do so.
I think you covered it.
Now we're going to get into building codes. We are graced by Jeff Lee today to go over some of how we determine building codes.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Najma. I'm going to speak just to the building code.
Jeff, you're really hard to hear. Could you get any
Okay.
closer to your mic?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
A little bit.
All right, I'll try to talk much louder. I'm going to speak just about the building code. The building code is for life safety. A secondary part of it is protecting the structure, but by protecting the people, it inherently protects the structure. Nothing that is built now can't continue to be built. Every lot that's out there that exists, you can already build on it. Even if, say, it was a 15-foot wide lot, if it is legally existing, somebody could put a house on it. And with the 10% width, if it was 15 foot, they could put those walls 1.5 feet from the property line. But then the building code kicks in and says you have to have a firewall. So anytime you build closer than 5 foot to the property line, you have to have a firewall that's rated for 1 hour. At 3 foot, you can't have any openings. At the 5 foot, you could have 25% of the wall in openings. So if you build on a really narrow lot, they need to slide it to one side to get the bedroom windows on the other. or put the bedroom windows on the front or the rear. Once you hit 3 foot though, no openings. Once you hit 2 foot, you can't even have any projections, no soffits or anything like that. So all this already exists. It's something that we look at every day. The firewall takes care of a fire if it happens in the applicant's house, the house we're talking about, keeps it from going to the neighbors. And in the contrary case, if a fire happens at the neighbor's house, it keeps it from going into this house. Firewalls have been proven. You can see it on townhouses, a 4-unit townhouse. The firewalls will have a unit that burns out in the middle and the other 3 units still exist. You can see that wall there, so it does work. That's about it for the building code. That's kind of where we stand.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We also have Mr. Huey here, our permits director, and he can speak in terms of how permits are always reviewed in any document or any development that comes through City Hall for approval touches some staff's hand at some point to make sure that it is up to our city standards.
Good morning, everyone. Apologize, 1 second, get some feedback here. It's gonna be my All right, apologies about that. I had some technical issues. So basically, just to kind of echo what everyone said today, our staff does look at every single home that does get proposed within the city. My team specifically does review plot plan reviews regarding setbacks and any zoning code elements. There's a very regular occurrence that my team has to decline a infill project that then has to go through the Board of Zoning Adjustment, as Najma has stated, necessitating extra time and expense for those applicants when they're really just trying to infill on existing projects. So it is something we diligently look at for each and every plot plan that does come through our office. And home in the city does not get built with our review. So I believe the intent of this is well garnered by everyone, and first and foremost, life safety, but then also contextually sensitive development, and also providing a methodology that makes sense, especially in our more historic and urbanized communities that could be used to better infill projects in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So in conclusion, and we'll get to feedback from our commission and public comment at that time, I will like to share that letter. Commissioner Chair Krause, so just remind me of that. In conclusion, I believe we've explained, maybe over-explained why we need this in terms of developing on pre-existing buildable lots that currently have certain barriers attached to them in terms of entitlement processes that wouldn't otherwise be needed if it weren't for the introduction of zoning or rezoning and things like that, that are safe homes or potentially safe homes if they are approved to be built. We are just wanting to make that process more straightforward. This is not a large advertisement on the behalf of the city to bring commercial developers in. The city does not have business with developers in that manner. It's illegal. Just to make that clear one more time, that we're wanting to encourage development by homeowners that are simply wanting to maintain their homes, and development by first-time homeowners who simply want to build a home in a neighborhood in the Kansas City, Missouri that maybe they've already lived in for years, with buildable, safe, and legal lots. So next steps would be to meet with members of the community who have expressed constructive criticism and want to add to our revisions and our final presentation before City Plan Commission on June 21st, I believe. And that will happen over that time, and we will come back before you all with an update on our revisions. We hopefully won't take an hour or so to present those revisions as we did today. And so now if you all have feedback on what you all heard or questions on what you all heard and any questions and answers, we'll take them at this time, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Tyler, you want to start off since you got your hand raised?
Sure, thanks. Thanks so much. This feels really long overdue. I really appreciate all your hard work on this and everyone else who's been working on this. Back to what Commissioner Allender had said, it seems as though, in my personal perspective of this, 90% of this is solving a problem about people who want to develop in smaller lot sizes. And then it kind of seems that we're tacking on the part about preventing oversized development that's not contextual to the rest of the street. Are there other reasons why it's nice to pair those two together? Because I kind of get a sense from the way you said it, but I also feel as though they could almost be two separate things. But again, really appreciate all you all are doing on this.
Thank you, sir. I think it's twofold. Again, there are areas of the city that have different contexts. There are areas where the average or the average character is 50-foot wide lots, and they would like to maintain that character in terms of ranch style homes and things like that. And then there's other areas of the city with 20-foot or 25 rather foot wide lots or 30-foot wide lots that would like to maintain that character, and to build outside of that would alter or shift the context of the neighborhood in ways that we've seen a lot of neighborhood feedback that they do not want. While they want infill that is context sensitive, and that in that way we're trying to meet both of those needs, understanding that it won't capture every single non-conforming or conforming residential lot in the city. We want to capture as many as possible under one ordinance and address what isn't captured under that in the future.
And would it be a maybe clumsy but okay summary or approximation to say that you all are adding it then based upon feedback and less so based upon problems? Because you did show us that one example of a house that wasn't, similar to the rest of the houses on the street. But it seems as though we haven't, or I feel as though I hadn't heard about that happening too much. And so maybe is this more preventative than reacting to an existing problem?
I'll have Joe respond to that.
The reason that this commission doesn't see it much is that anytime someone wants to build outside the confines of the ordinance in terms of lot and building standards, they're going to Board of Zoning adjustment. So they'll never come to you for that form of relief. And by relief, I mean building outside the rules of the current ordinance. That the only way to get that is to go through the Board of Zoning adjustment. So you just don't see that issue happening coming before you guys very often, but it is quite common. And there are a number of neighborhoods who've sought to resolve that with overlay districts and specific to their neighborhood. And we saw we borrowed a lot, in all fairness, from an overlay district that has been written by, I believe it's Westwood Park, that has not been adopted, but they've approached us with an overlay, and we've been working with them a lot. Where they have, that's just south of West Plaza, and there's been a lot of infill development that they feel is out of context with the existing development in their neighborhood. And out of concern for the entire city, we know that the neighborhoods who've had the opportunity to develop their own overlays are the ones that are more well resourced than others. And our concern was that if we simply allowed it to be easier to reestablish these lots, but not put some constraint on what gets built on them, then we'd potentially have some equity issues citywide.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I think the equity term is important to understand. Equity doesn't mean equal. So we're trying to meet the needs of the neighborhoods where they're at. And I believe the current conventional zoning and development standards for lot and building standards is more of an equality situation than it is an equity situation. And it is one of the goals of Kansas City, Missouri, to be more equitable.
Anybody else with questions?
I had a few questions. I wanted to start, maybe this goes to Jeff Lee in terms of the building codes. I'm very familiar with what you spoke about in terms of the fire code and working with that as an architect. What I'm less familiar with is the structural piece. And I think this was brought up the last time by a neighbor about being so close to existing buildings that have old foundations, in particular, where maybe the grade change is less. So you might be digging down further below their foundation and could cause some issues. So I think this is something that can definitely be overcome. It's overcome all the time, but I wondered if you could speak to what structural inspections are required when you are so close to a neighboring property, and how much does that involve the neighbor? Is there any sign-offs that have to be made depending on the distance from that property? Just wanting to get a sense of that process.
Okay, there are no sign-offs required by the neighbor. Again, if you're building on your lot. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know why there are no sign-offs required of the neighbor. It's just like any property. You are building on your property. That's what you're responsible for in there. There can be litigation if you damage somebody else's property. And when we look at a set of plans, we look at the bottom of the footing, and you're estimating that the house beside it has at least an 8-foot foundation. Most houses have 8-foot foundations. So as long as your footing hits, well, it depends on the distance you are away from the property line. But if you follow that 45-degree line out, as long as you come in under their footings, there shouldn't be any problem. If you're putting load from your house onto the side of their wall, we would tell the engineer, hey, you have to address this or design your wall as a retaining wall to try to keep those loads off the other home.
And that comes during the permitting process.
Comes during the review process. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I had a couple other questions. One was just if there's been any study in terms of, because I think one of the things that this is trying to solve is not just incremental development, but getting more housing units in the urban core. And I wondered if you had studied, based on the number of non-conforming lots, which are vacant, and of those vacant lots, what is the maximum number of units that could be applied by right on that site? So is there, for example, are many of these lots in places where you can build missing middle homes instead of single family? My inclination is that's probably an easier design option than trying to do really tight, narrow homes side by side. Townhomes, for example, might be an easier option. Wondering if you've done any study on that piece.
Not directly. That is something that we could determine. It would take some time, as they span across the entirety of the city. That goes across all of our residential zoning districts, each of which have their own set of requirements. And since this is more contextual and lot-based, that then have to be narrowed down to lot by lot on every block face, what would be allowed based on our proposed lot and building standards.
I think the reason I ask is just because I think that offers a huge opportunity for us to gain more housing units and build more affordable housing. And the more that that's front and center in terms of the outcomes here, it might help communities understand its value a little more. And then my last question was just trying to understand if, based on the utilities that are currently set up, is there any sort of conversation around supporting incremental development and connecting new utility lines to the main lines? Because I'm assuming that maybe some of those lots would need new lines run to existing infrastructure.
You're saying conversation around improving current infrastructure if they're wanting to. I believe that is a requirement. Jeff or Chris would be able to speak to that maybe a little bit more direct, but they would many times have to extend those utility lines to the property, and it would probably likely be in their best interest to improve them.
Well, if it's an empty lot, you're going to have new service lines from the utility lines out of the street. They wouldn't have to do anything to say the main lines, the main sewer,
Right.
the main water. Those are their existing. But you would have to do new sewer taps, new water taps to bring in lines to every new structure.
Jeff, we're still having a hard time hearing you. It's really, really soft.
I so apologize. It must be this computer, but all right. The main lines in the street, there's no requirement to upgrade those. So the existing sewer and water continue to exist. Now, obviously, if something was wrong with them, that's a different issue. But every new house would have to have a new service tap for the sewer and service tap for the water and brought into that house. Existing lines, just when a house goes away, they have to be pulled up anyway as part of the demolition. So there wouldn't even be anything there. And even if there was an old tap, I've never had anybody ask to use it. It would be too difficult to try to make it work.
Okay. I was just more curious in terms of just incentivizing those developers if the city had said, well, we'll help you build there by adding some money to the service lines or something of that nature.
There are several different types of incentives for infill housing and affordable housing. It just depends on each individual, what they go for and what they ask for.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none. So I guess we're going to open it up for any public testimony. Is that what you want now? Or you want to wait on that?
No, we can. Allender looked like he had a question. I'm not sure.
I was just going to make a comment just on the examples.
We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
That's better.
I was just going to make a comment on the examples that you had shown. They just seem to be, you will influence the characteristic of each of the neighbourhoods, because by the examples you've given, they just look like they're just similar houses, all the same design, all the same architecture, and so forth. And that's a concern to me on, if that's where it's going, then we're just going to have no character around having individual ability to build different types of houses and so forth. So it's a comment more than anything else from just the examples that you've shown. You know, I would hate to see that we just develop neighbourhoods around one or two types of housing stock and not give people the ability to build what they want at the end of the day.
So I guess to comment on that, I think that's more of a question about design standards, or a comment about design standards. And as it stands, we don't have any say or restrictions on design standards in terms of materials used or the frame of the home. There's still going to be, you know, the zoning and lot and building standards, but in terms of how a home looks and people's ability to build in a design that they want to see or want to live in, that's still open. Again, we've also heard various comments on that in terms of the character of the neighborhood. And that's on an individual basis in terms of people's design preference and what they want to look at when they walk outside of their home, which isn't something we're going to control, you know, in terms of what people can build for them to live in versus what their neighbor likes to see when they walk outside of their home. I don't know if that response is clear. So yes, I am going to share my screen and give you all a chance to read this letter of opposition from Center Planning and Development Council, and let me know if I need to zoom in or anything like that. So sorry, that was not on purpose. Okay, Here we go.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12 and provide any input regarding the infill process here or text amendments, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon. I'm sure we'll do this again when you come back to us in late June.
So far, the only people that have raised their hand are Richard Hernandez, who's been promoted, and Tiffany Moore, whom I'm promoting now.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Hernandez. Don't mind stating your name and address for the record.
Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly.
Yes, sir.
I'm against this ordinance because, you know, houses fall through these little fine lines all the time, especially over here on the west side. I can name several, and they fell through the line. Didn't even have to go through any of the processes. I don't know how that happened, but it did. They don't match anything. They don't. They're too large. They're taller. You're letting them build on as a third floor, and that makes them a lot taller. Most of these houses have been overbuilt over here, can't afford, so you're not really helping. You're infilling for the city, but you're not helping neighborhoods. And in a fair and just system, we have checks and balances. This amendment would hurt neighborhoods and the right of citizens to have some say. So I'm totally against that. And I hope you take that into some consideration.
Okay. Thank
Especially,
you.
wait, one more thing.
Okay.
The nearness of building footings so close to another. I fought that in 2019. Part of the reason that got pushed around. It sounds nice, but you're going to have to imagine. And I had pictures. If I had them here, I'll show you of the equipment it takes and the damage it'll do to an old wall. I don't care what anybody says. It takes a pretty good sized backhoe to get in there. And digging around that dirt and moving them foundations around is not good. And somebody's going to have to pay for that. They start damaging them. We haven't had a lot of them yet, but there was one right down the street from me. And the guy took forever. I turned him in. The neighbors couldn't even get to the backyard. They did so much damage. It's finally repaired, but it looks like crap. And they broke it again. So that's the problems we face. So we're against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who'd you say was second? Tiffany? Hi.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Tiffany Moore. I live at 222 West 75th Street. I am here speaking as the 6th District representative and co-leader of the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. So today I'm providing testimony on behalf of that organization. The Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council has historically worked with city planning and development on amendments to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, which wields outsized weight in decisions that impact the fabric of Kansas City's diverse neighborhoods. Our homes may look quite different, but the individuals and families that make up our neighborhoods want the same thing: safe, healthy spaces where they can live, work, and play, and where enduring development investments contribute to long-lasting improvements, community equity, and generational wealth. The Board of Directors has prepared this statement in response to the proposed infill development ordinance, which was initiated without intentional collaboration with the community, and of which, for most neighborhood leaders, the intended purpose and resulting impacts remain unclear. Though presentations to small groups of neighborhood leaders, through presentations to small groups of neighborhood leaders, this ordinance has been positioned as an attempt to streamline the permitting process for applications on non-conforming lots, an effort to protect neighborhoods by ensuring development will be contextually similar to adjacent properties, or a corrective adjustment to end unjust entitlement processes. Our concern is that these priorities and the resulting amendments did not include input for neighborhoods or the organizations already working in each of these spaces. The Board of Directors wholeheartedly agrees with two important issues highlighted by the development management staff. First, that past development practices have exacerbated disinvestment and the loss of housing stock in the most vulnerable, traumatized, and historically underserved neighborhoods in the city. And second, that the retroactive application of modern zoning categories has created artificial nonconformities that unnecessarily complicate enduring investments in neighborhood developments and neighborhood development where it is needed most. Where we differ, however, is in the implementation of strategies to address the decades-long impact of these practices. The Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council does not support solutions that remove neighborhood engagement and participation, disregard existing public planning documents that were generated with public input, and implement broad structural changes in the zoning code that will inconsistently ripple across the unique established neighborhoods in every district of our city. We believe a proactive, transparent approach to Chapter 88 reviews will be more successful in creating opportunities for enduring investments that align with the priorities of each neighborhood. Reflecting our commitment to public engagement and healthy neighborhoods, the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council Board of Directors formally opposes the approach demonstrated in case 2021-00214. Additionally, it is our hope that this case will be set aside, allowing all parties to refocus and initiate an inclusive discussion around holistic, data-driven modernizations to Chapter 88. Our recommendation includes the evaluation of root causes, differing needs, and long-term priorities with broad input around clearly stated goals. We'd like to establish a working group with participation from organizations currently working in neighborhood stabilization and redevelopment, affordable housing, homeownership programs, historical preservation, and healthy neighborhood initiatives. Evaluate creative and tailored strategies, implement pilot applications by neighborhood or by block or maybe specific applications, develop resources and educational opportunities for all types of applicants to increase the success of their applications, include parallel initiatives that are currently happening right now, including accessory dwelling units, short-term rental uses, energy code ordinance, neighborhood blight and unsafe property enforcements, and define administrative approvals to narrow applications with limited scope, follow existing planning documents, including overlays, area plans, for example, and include neighborhood acknowledgement. This ordinance contains significant changes in how neighborhood investments are initiated, planned, and executed. It fundamentally changes how those investments are presented and who determines whether they are in the best interests of the community. What it does not do is recognize the unintended consequence of continuing to fix an outdated and ill-fitting residential zoning ordinance, amplify the accomplishments of successful community-led initiatives, or build consensus around the core metrics of healthy neighborhoods. There is considerable work to be done to produce a sustainable residential zoning code that both reflects and acknowledges the history of our city and prioritizes equity. The Kansas City Neighborhood Board of Directors will continue to advocate for truly inclusive opportunities for constituents to participate in this type of public policy development. And if I have just a few minutes left in my time as an organizational speaker, I wanted to comment on a few things that I heard during the presentation and questions by the commissioners. One of the most important points that I think we're trying to bring forward is that the document that was brought forward and has established the quorum for this body did not contain public input, nor did it represent consensus with any neighborhood organization. Everything that has been presented since then in terms of public input is being applied backwards to that initial document. We have raised the issue of tear downs that Commissioner Sadowski mentioned. We are concerned with the fewer number of opportunities for public engagement because, again, this ordinance expands the number of applications that would be administratively approved. There are a lot of statements in every one of these presentations about what neighbors and neighborhoods do and don't want. And I'd just like to remind everyone that for the most part, this is planning staff speaking for neighborhoods, not with neighborhoods, which is a grave concern of ours. Let's see, I'm looking at my notes here. We have a whole list of potential strategies that we'd like to see considered. And I think that speaks to a more collaborative approach to making these types of improvements to address a core set of defined problems that we'd like to participate in. I'm happy to take questions from the commission if there are any.
Yeah, thank you. I was curious, were you reading from a prepared letter or statement by chance?
Yes.
That you can send to the commission?
Yes, absolutely. So that will come on behalf of the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. We are seeking some supporting signatures so that it can be presented from a very broad voice.
Okay, thank you. Joe, is there anybody else that willing from the public to speak?
It looked like he promoted Jenny Walters.
Okay.
Jenny Walters, if you can hear us, you can speak at this time and mute yourself if you're already speaking.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Jenny Walters. I live at 4821 North Winchester. I'm co-chair with Tiffany with KC-DAC, but I'm also president of the Maple Park Neighborhood Council. I just want to mention just a few things. Number one is there was information presented today that was not presented at any of the three of the meetings that I attended. And so I'm a little concerned that there's information presented to you all that was never presented at any of the three meetings. Number two, even though the Northland does not have as many infill lots, we are probably more like the Southland. No public engagement meetings were proposed or given in the Northland, which if this is going to impact the whole city, then the whole city needs to be informed of this ordinance and changes that are proposed. And then the third thing I would like to mention is that it was mentioned that this ordinance does not have any influence on design. But in the ordinance, there was something put in that would require garage doors to be so many feet back from the front of the house, which to me is a design influence and should not be put in an ordinance that houses should be built of that nature. So I think there's some discrepancy there for me. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you will very fervently consider the suggestions that Tiffany presented earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Runner Road is raising her hand at this time. She needs to be promoted.
Carol, you need to accept the promotion.
Yeah, Carol, are you able to accept the promotion?
She still showed up in the attendees list, so she must be having some trouble.
Technical
on her end.
difficulty. Okay.
In the interim, if it's okay if I address some of the points made by the opposition.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'd like to note that the information provided in today's presentation, I believe what's been referenced to the building code information, the permits information, and the information about floor area ratio. Those are all points that were brought to our attention by the neighbors in all of those meetings. And we thought that it would be unfair to add additional material to each individual meeting and more fair to provide it to the larger audience that is the city of Kansas City, Missouri. At the City Plan Commission meeting that everybody has the opportunity to attend. All of the meeting links were made public on the Chapter 88 webpage and open to everyone, regardless of which part of the city they resided in, including the City Town Hall meeting, which is where we collected our initial group of attendees who expressed interest in this ordinance to create those neighborhood meetings. All of the neighborhood meetings were based on data collected from the attendees of the initial meeting and other city residents in a survey where they chose a time and date that would be best for them from the selected meeting times provided. And we're giving the option to provide city staff with other meeting times if those did not work for them. Additionally, city staff provided a day. And again, any other time people called me, I spent hours on the phone explaining this ordinance, proposed ordinance to people. We provided a day that neighborhood organizations who were less affected could have an hour with city staff to go over the same information, but more related to their specific neighborhood in greater context through a Teams meeting, which only 2 groups applied for and only 1 attended the meeting that they had scheduled. The garage setback comment in terms of design, that is already a part of our conventional development lab and building standards in Chapter 88, 110. If we want to go over that, I can share my screen. And so that is not anything in additional to what someone can or can't already do. The public engagement strategy, as I proposed or stated earlier, all came from the public comment, what the public was able to do. And if they were not able to make a meeting, I made time to either speak with them directly or set aside another time in my schedule outside of other meetings to do so. I believe that's everything. And if I've missed anything, please let me know, Joe.
You got it.
Okay, thank you. Has Carol been able to accept yet? It's like
She still has her hand raised.
Okay. But in some
She
ways,
did. She is one of the members of Center Planning and Development who the letter you read at the beginning, though.
Okay. In some ways, I think we need to move on. We're pushing an hour and a half on this one case and didn't realize it was going to take this long to go through this case or presentation. But is there anything else we need to cover at this time until we come back in June?
Not at this time. I want to reiterate that much of what was brought to the public came from neighborhood comments before. So none of what we're proposing isn't information we've gathered in my time here, as well as Joe's time here, what the public has made concerns about as it relates to infill development and neighborhood development and area plans, which come directly from neighborhoods through our long range planning division, and other comments we've heard in meetings like the City Plan Commission, Board of Zoning Adjustments, and City Council. So it is untrue that city staff does not listen to the neighborhood. And if you would like to speak more to that, we can have a conversation offline and I can provide my information in the chat. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the commission before we conclude this docket item?
I just had a comment more than a question, which was just, it feels like when we do policies like this, it's so all or nothing because it's applying across the entire city. So I take it very seriously because we're changing something that normally goes through an entitlement process to a by right process, and it loses the neighborhood engagement in that. But it has to be watertight if that's where we're going. So I guess my question becomes like, if there's a way to mitigate those unintended consequences, whether it's through targeting certain neighborhoods as an initial pilot or looking at a point in which we review this in, let's say, 3 years and see how it's rolled out. I don't know exactly what the solution is here, and it feels a little bit out of the territory of what we've done so far, but I just wanted to put that out as a comment because sometimes these things can feel really permanent and expansive across the city without quite knowing if there's unintended consequences.
This is no sure solution at all, but when I've been going through that map a couple of weeks ago, I've been trying to look at situations in which in the past we felt there might be conflicts, and I feel as though based on what staff has presented, based upon the contextualization of the neighborhood, I had a really hard time coming up with theoretical situations that would be different than what's allowed currently or adverse to what the neighbors would want. And so I would encourage others who are, concerned about the sweeping nature of this to look to try to find specifics and not apply intent or malice to what the staff is doing. I think the staff has done a tremendous job in working on this, and it feels as though no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that if someone tries to drill in and look at specific situations in which the proposed ordinance doesn't work, then that's really productive because we can find specific examples where we can improve it. But instead, it seems as though people are just saying, I didn't get to participate, yet we're still in the participation phase. So again, I extend my great thanks to staff for what they've done. I think they're doing a tremendous job thus far.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, any other comments? All right, so in closing public testimony, and we'll reopen it back up again on the 21st when this comes back to this body. So with that, let's go ahead and conclude this docketed item right now. And I think we need to take a little bit of a recess before we finish out docket items 8, 10, and 14, 11 and 14. Does it sound good with everybody? So it's 12:40 right now. I guess 5 minutes to 1, come back.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've got a one that I need to jump on to. It shouldn't take that long, but I'll see where you're still going by the time I finish my 1 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right, so see you all here in 5 minutes to 1.
It is very difficult to pinpoint the unit prices of certain classes of ship, let alone types of ships. However, here are some estimates of the most expensive vessels. The most expensive destroyer in the world is the U.S. Navy's
Okay, it's 12:55. Hopefully everybody's coming back here.
I'm ready.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley, Commissioner Hill, you all back? How about Joe? You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
You're on mute there, Commissioner
Sorry,
Hill.
I'm here. I'm gonna have to answer a call, but I'm here, so I'll be off screen just
Okay.
for about 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, there's Commissioner Beasley. I think we're ready. So Joe, you ready? Or is the applicant available for number 8 when they're ready to be called?
Genevieve, do you know if your applicant on 8 is in the attendee list?
Yes, Ryan Jordan is the applicant for this case.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. Thank you for the little break there. And so let's get started again with our meeting with docket item number 8, please.
Number 8 is case number CPC 2022-00026. Request to approve a rezoning from District R 2.5 to District B1-1 to allow daycare center on 1.2 acres at 900 Northeast Berry Road. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner, and I'll go ahead and promote the applicant.
Okay, docket item 8 is the rezoning without plan for a daycare center on Northeast Berry Road. site is generally located in the Northland area near the intersection of Northeast Berry Road and North Oak Trafficway. Here's an aerial view of the site. It's outlined in yellow. There is one existing structure and parking on the property. The applicants plan to use the existing building and parking. And then this is just a little bit more zoomed out to see the surrounding zoning districts and uses. The subject site is zoned R 2.5, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the property to B1-1 because the daycare center use, which allows for 21 or more children, is not permitted in residential zoning districts. To the north, east, and south is primarily residential use, single family homes. And then to the west is a variety of commercial zoning districts and uses. So it's sort of a gateway into the residential area. The designated future land use from the area plan is mixed use community. So the proposed use conforms to this recommendation and no area plan amendment is needed. Here's a street view from Northeast Berry Road. You can see the front of the existing structure. It has been used as a daycare in the past and received certain conditional use permits to operate. However, per Chapter 88, we don't do conditional use permits anymore. And because the use had stopped for a period of time, we need to go through this rezoning in order to bring it into compliance. And because it has been used for many years prior as a daycare use, it really makes sense more to go through the rezoning rather than having to do special use permits and that kind of thing over time and allow for more children than maybe it was previously used for. And then here's just another street view looking at property. You can see there's kind of residential around, so close by to homes. And then staff recommends approval without conditions for this rezoning. I can take any questions, and the applicant is available. So,
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then, if the applicant's available.
The applicant's Ryan Jordan. He's been promoted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Good
right.
afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I appreciate your all your time this afternoon. And yeah, I mean, really not much more to present than what Genevieve has shared with you all. This building is operated for Child Care Center for many years, and we are trying to do the same and just wanted to rezone and really get everything squared away with you all to have this not be an issue in any years going forward.
Okay. You mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Jordan, and are you wanting like my personal address or the address of business?
Either one.
The address of the business is 900 Northeast Berry Road.
Okay.
And my partners and I, we've been in the childcare industry for, you know, a combined over 45 years. And we've owned our own business. We have another location that's been operating for the past 5 years. And with the demand that is out there for childcare and quality childcare, that for that matter, you know, we get calls and emails countless every single day, and you know, we don't have any additional space in our own building now, and have wanted to expand to try to reach more families in the community and provide this important service. So that's where we sit on this. We purchased this building back in November and are working on this process to get open.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Mr. Jordan?
No, nothing else on my end.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close testimony and I'll take a motion from the commission unless there's something we need to discuss.
Can I ask one quick question of Genevieve? In terms of the rezoning, was there a reason you felt like this zoning was appropriate for the neighborhood, or was it mostly because it had been operating in that capacity in the past? Just curious the grounds for your decision there.
A little bit of both, based on what Ryan and his partners told me their plans were in order to allow a child care center of the size they're proposing. It's not permitted in any residential district, so they didn't even have the option of doing a special use permit. So moving up to the B1 zoning made the most sense. And just looking at the context of the area, like I mentioned, it's sort of a transitional area between that heavy commercial and then into the residential single housing areas.
Great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve docket item 8.1. No conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker?
He had to step away.
Oh, he's away as well. Okay.
Yep.
Let me make a note of that too. Okay. Beasley?
We didn't hear you, Miss Beasley.
Okay. Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill, are you back? Okay. And Commissioner Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Oh, my goodness. I'm looking at my list from the first thing this morning. Sorry. And Commissioner Sadowski?
Aye.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, that gives us full approval. We appreciate you bringing the project in and good luck as you move forward. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay, with that, Joel, let's go ahead and move to docket item number 10, please.
We have 3 companion cases here, starting with 10.1. Case number CPC 2020-00065. Request to approve a rezoning from District AG-R, which is agricultural residential, and B3-3 to District B3-3 on about 87 acres located at the northeast corner of Northwest Cookingham Drive and I-29. Docket item 10.2, case number CPC 2020-00066. A request to approve the council approved sign plan for the same area. And docket item 10.3, case number CPC 2020-00067. Request to approve the development plan to allow for a major amendment to a previously approved plan to a development known as Seabiscuit to allow for a park and ride facility, hotels, office, and other commercial uses at the same location. Olutu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning, Mr. Chair, or good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, Olutu Agbaji, City Planning and Development. As Joe mentioned, this next 3 companion cases is proposed by Patricia Jensen with Rouse Fred. Joe, if you can promote her, please. And again, the site is located up north, northwest corner of town, just across from the airport where my arrow is pointing. A closer look at the location, as Joe described, is kind of bordered on the north by 435, on the west by I-29, on the south by Cookingham Drive. Again, KCI is just to the west of the site. And then only next to the site is the village of Feral View, which is just off to the east of the site. This is the actual site, about 86 acres. And the last action on this, and I'll go back and show you background on this was a part of the old Seabiscuit development. And that was, let's see, that was approved back in 99 and was about 128 acres. That was on both sides of Ambassador. And the recent action on this side was an amendment to that plan back in 2018 to allow for what's the Park and Go ride. And I'll show you where that is. That's the Park and Go facility that was approved in 2018. And across the freeway across 29 is the parking spot. To the south of the site is some existing mixed use commercial and hotels just south of Cookingham Drive. Again, the area in question today is the existing area highlighted in yellow. This is the existing building. It's to be the farmland building. It's currently called Ambassador Office Building, and that's existing building to remain on the site as part of what will be phase 1 and lot 1 of this development moving forward. Again, here's the quick summary of what the project is. Before we go to background on this project, the number as it shows it as 2020. This application was filed back in April of 2020. It was on the docket for several times, but was continued off docket in December of 2020. We recently revived it when they submitted a revised plan following extensive meeting with both MoDOT and FHWA. As it relates to a proposed access on Cookingham, which this plan, I will show you where that access is. And so the request before you, again, 3 different requests, but the big one is the rezoning and then the development plan and also an accompanying signage plan, council approved signage plan. The name change from Seabiscuit to Chavez was also part of the amendment to this plan. Requested to rezone to B3 the entire property, and the approval, the applicant is seeking approval of a development plan for about 762,000 square feet office commercial mixed use development. And then it's also proposed a preliminary plat that shows 12 lots and 4 tracts. Again, this is consistent with the KCI area plan and also consistent with surrounding zonings. Here is the major changes that the applicant has done since the 2020 plan was submitted. The name changed to Shervas Development. Again, they did change the layout and provided what would be a traffic circle right at the entrance on both sides of 29. There's also internal pedestrian sidewalk connection added to the plan as requested by staff, and they also added trail along each side of the site, matching what would be the KC Trails plan. And the proposed lots from then changed from 9 to 12, which is one of the changes to the plan. The overall square footage of the development did reduce from 787,000 square feet to about 761 square feet. Again, this is the proposed plan. And as you can see, the changes to the plan allowed or now they receive approval both from MoDOT and from the Federal Highway Administration for this traffic circle on both sides of I-29. And as you can see, existing building, which is the office building, will remain on the site. And then the phases went to 3 phases. You can see lots 1 through 12, and I'll show you that on this is the preliminary plat that shows the proposed lots 1 through 12 on the site. This is the council approved signage plan, and the proposal is for 3 major oversized monument sign that will serve. One will serve the parking lot, which is the park and ride or parking lot facility within this development, which is Peachy Airport parking, will be located internally and then surrounded by the proposed development of restaurants and other commercial uses. Again, this is the Kansas City International Area Plan, and the recommendation is for commercial/industrial, and the proposed rezoning is consistent with that plan. So with that, staff's recommendation is for approval of the first case, which is the rezoning without condition, approval of the council approved site image plan subject to conditions, and approval of the development plan subject to corrections and conditions. I do have some adjustments to make, and I think Lisa had sent the commission's revised correction and condition reports. Met with Ms. Jensen yesterday, and we're able to delete 5 conditions and corrections, and we reduced the overall number. I did get clarifications from Luke Casper, which I will read to you in a minute, and then also wanted to get clarification on condition number 35. And that ends my report, and I will get you the correction that I have for condition number 25. I'll take any questions.
Okay, so what was presented this morning in the conditions and corrections is the one we should follow or work through here for the case?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, any questions from the commission to city staff?
Yeah, this is just more out of curiosity. The new airport, will the number of parking spots provided by the airport change with the new single terminal based upon what it is now? If you happen to know.
This is about the development?
You're
Sorry,
talking about
what?
parking available on the airport property.
Yeah, I'm just curious because this is our like 4th parking go, right? And I'm sure there's a need for it. I was just curious if we happen to know, and maybe the applicants can speak more to that.
I think I'll leave that to the applicant.
My understanding is I worked on the terminal project that we brought through Planning Commission a few years ago. And the garage they're building in front of the new terminal will have several thousand parking spaces in it. And that is an increase above what is currently available on airport property.
Gotcha. I was just curious. Thanks.
Thanks, you.
I was just wondering, this is sort of to Tyler's question. Is there, I know we don't have any parking maximums, but do we have any limitation on surface parking of this nature in terms of how much is too much, and is that at all addressed in any of the city code?
We don't.
There are no maximums.
Okay.
No parking maximums in the code.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Good afternoon, Ms. Jensen.
Good afternoon, Chairman Crowell and members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen, here today on behalf of the applicant. I can see you promoted Sean Duke. There should be Richard Chavez and Michael Meyer and Benny Hoy. Can you see them on your screen at all, Joe?
I see Richard and I promoted him. I don't see the other 2.
Okay, well, they might all be together, but so Richard Chavez is one of the principals of the Chavez development. And Sean Duke is our, and you've got Sean Duke is our engineer planner who has prepared the plans. We're really pleased to be here at this moment with you because we've spent a good couple years working on access to our site with both MoDOT and the FHWA, and that's all been approved. So we're now moving forward. And as Olafu showed you, there will be a roundabout constructed to allow direct access into our site. This property is what's called, at least up north, the former farmland property. There was a approved development plan that included more than the farmland building and actually include a lot more intense land uses. But the only thing that was developed as a result of that 1999 plan was the farmland building itself. I think principally we believe that it didn't develop because of the access issues. But now the Chavez family has taken time to really solve that problem and move forward with development. I don't have any objections to any of the staff conditions, including the revised conditions that Olafu Abaji has shared with you. We really look forward to doing what I would call is a mixed use development. It will not only include the parking for the airport, but it will include hotels and commercial uses, restaurants, drive-through restaurants, a convenience store, and really provides for the long-term development of that property that has yet to come to fruition. So with that, Richard can provide any more comments he has. His family operates the Peachy parking in many airports across the country, and also does ancillary development. So I know you guys have had a long day. We really look forward to this step being completed. And with that, we would ask for your approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, Richard, would you mind? I'm just curious. I think we have 3 other park and ride type setups besides the one offered through the airport. Can you kind of speak to just the business need and how you all assess that?
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for your time today. So with the new airport coming in, they're adding several gates with plans to add several more in the future. With this becoming more of an international hub, we think that you'll pull from surrounding areas more than you currently are now. And we've received support from the airport and with no objections from the other parking facilities. The industrial plan that's going in on the current economy lots, there's going to be a lot of surface parking that will cease to exist over the next 5 years. So we're looking to get established and get our name out there and market the Peachy brand here in Kansas City.
And could you elaborate a little bit on the phasing of the other commercial uses on that property?
Sure. So and Patricia, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're kind of planning on doing phase 1 has the existing building with a portion of the parking facility built out, as well as a C-store site. And then phase 2 is the pad development along the freeway. They're 2 different phases, but we plan to do that around the same time.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I had a question just about, like, excluding the parking that you're providing for the airport, the amount of parking that you're providing for the other uses is twice what's required. So I'm just curious if you can talk to why you felt that was needed, or because I think the way that the buildings are arranged, the parking is exclusive for each individual building, which doesn't allow for any common parking, which is probably why it limits the efficiency there. So I just wondered if you could speak to that as opposed to these sort of being connected and sharing parking.
Commissioner Sadowski, I think the site plan, each of the pad sites have to park themselves because we'll be selling those lots and each of those users will rely on their own parking. I think we've planned what the parking is based upon what we believe the market to be. And the rest of it really is the airport parking facility.
I guess I'm just thinking your typical strip center finds a way to find common uses and parking. It's not a terribly unusual idea. I'm just curious why you've moved to a model in which the site has to be completely isolated from a shared parking scenario.
I think we're really anticipating what the market demand is. I know that Richard and his broker have had many inquiries from individual companies to purchase lots with the associated parking for development for their uses. And Richard, you can provide any other information.
Yeah, we've received several LOIs from hotel users, and the C-store obviously would want to be isolated, but each individual hotel has stated that they would like to have their own site versus a shared facility.
And do you anticipate the site, particularly in phase 2, do you anticipate those uses being primarily for airport traffic, or do you see other folks in the area neighborhoods utilizing those restaurants? And I'm just curious what your market study is telling you in terms of who that demographic is.
Yes, I believe that the hotels will get the majority of the airport use, and the C-store would obviously support the airport as well as the restaurants that are going in there. The biggest ask that we've received is for food options up here. So our original plan, we had a couple sit-down restaurants and one fast food place, and we've kind of changed that a little bit on the plan, where we're allowing for multiple fast food locations. We've received, like I said, LOIs from several, and they're all expecting to, support the airport.
Commissioner Sadowski, as the Northland, this is on the very edge of the city. And I believe there are plans coming forward to do some further development. I mean, in addition to servicing the airport, it will also service the new development that occurs in this area. The convenience store, you probably can anticipate, will largely support the airport uses. Right now, as you seek to return rental cars, you have really no close place to fill up before you return your rental car and get charged for additional fuel.
Do you want to talk about stormwater management, since there is a lot of impervious surface?
I'll have Sean Duke respond to that. We've got several detention basins in the area.
Yes,
Sean?
So Sean Duke, Snyder Associates, AO2 Francis, St. Joseph, Missouri. So we have analyzed the stormwater for this site. There's already existing 3 existing basins kind of combined in the southeast corner of the site, which was serving the existing farmland building, and part of that existing southeast corner of the site. We have planned for a large detention basin in the northwest kind of corner of the site up there along 435. That is already existing kind of low area on the site. And we're trying to utilize that existing space for a stormwater detention basin. And we've sized it accordingly to handle the stormwater to meet the city code requirements. So we feel like we have that accounted for in the site plan, and we'll sufficiently be able to do that, have the stormwater management approved, which we've already got a preliminary approval of the macro with the from city staff in association with our site disturbance permits we're working on right now.
And then my final question is the parking for the airport covered? Have you considered doing solar or anything of that nature? You see that a lot in these models, is that they actually apply solar roofing. And then the second part to that would be, is there any EV charging stations at the parking spaces?
Yes, Commissioner Sadowski, we're working with several different companies on some solar options for our covered. We're calling for, I believe it's a little over 3,800 spaces of covered parking, which is significant. It's 30 plus acres close to that would be solar. That would obviously, provide a renewable energy there. It's the EV charging stations. We're still filling out the market on that for exactly how many of those electric vehicles are here in Kansas City. We see a big need for them at our location in Atlanta, but some of these other locations they don't get used as much. My family operates over 30 locations across the country under several different brands. Fast Park and Relax is one of them that they implemented. My cousin implemented EV charging stations at their locations, and they didn't get used as much as they thought they would, but we still like to provide that option for our customers. So that's just something that we're still looking into, that we haven't really set in stone how many we're going to have, but it is being brought up.
Okay.
I'd also like to add that another thing on the EV charging stations is our average stay is 3 to 4 days. So we some of our locations is 3 to 4 days. So the option is more of a trinkle charge, I believe is what they call it, versus quick charge. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was my thought. It's one of the few sites where you don't need to get it charged quickly, so maybe you have more opportunity there.
Okay. Got a question here from Commissioner Beasley. She's having a little issue with her microphone. Since you're selling the pads, will any of the new owners have to come back for anything? I think that's more of a question for staff. And also, when do you plan on doing phases 1 and 2?
Commissioner Beasley and Commissioner Corral, we're working with staff on design guidelines. We've got some listed in our plan, actually pretty extensive. Olofu, if you want to advance to that page of the plan, if you have it.
I don't have it up, so.
Okay, well, there's a condition in there that we continue working with staff on the design guidelines. And our anticipation is it won't have to come back. It will be an administrative site plan approval with the design guidelines that we're putting into place on the site. And I can't remember your second part of your question.
She was asking, when do you plan on what's your schedule for phases 1 and 2?
Richard, do you want to, I think immediately on phase 1, and as Richard stated, they've got a number of LOIs on phase 2. We will proceed as quickly as possible so that we can meet those LOIs.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the commission to the applicants?
And again, we agree with all of the conditions of the staff, including the revised conditions that Olofu has brought before you today.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a correction to condition number 25, which had some blanks, and I did receive a revision from Luke Casper. And condition number 25 should read, the developer shall submit plans to the Land Development Division and obtain permits to construct sidewalk along the platted frontage and construct associated ADA ramp at the proposed entrance drive as necessary. That's it.
Okay.
And again, we don't have any objections to either of those revisions.
Okay. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 10.1, 10.2, or 10.3, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Ms. Jensen?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because this is in your neck of the woods, and I just would like to understand what you think about something like this development.
Well, a couple of different thoughts, just looking at the whole site. I need to go back to my computer here. The farmland building, or the former farmland building, is still there, so I have no issue with that. I think the development that they're proposing, it should be fine and work, because there is a lot of development that's planned around the airport and north of here. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's happening, and even a little bit east of here, that could support the businesses that are going to be placed there. When you first look at the drawing, it does appear to have a tremendous amount of parking. There's a lot of pavement out there, but it is anticipated to be a park and go kind of facility. So I really can't comment on that. That's their business and that's their model as to what they want to do. So frankly, I'm in support of this project. I don't see any landscaping. It'd be nice to see that at some point and maybe break up some of that pavement. So I hope that maybe some of that can be done. There's just a lot there.
Commissioner Crowell, we did submit a landscaping plan. It's just not in front of you, but we will have to show landscaping on each of the lots. And then one thing I neglected to tell you is when this farmland building has gone through a number of ownerships. The city became the owner because of the inability of the previous owner to perform. And at the time the city was the owner of the farmland building, it only had about 40% occupancy. So I believe the Chavez family acquired that from the city about 2 years ago. And since that time, they brought ownership up to, our occupancy up to almost 80% in the farmland building.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, because it's a big building sitting out there that it hasn't had that much activity in it. So having an 80% occupancy is a really good thing.
And they've made a number of tenant improvements too.
Okay. Still looking for a motion here from the commission.
Chair Crowell, move to approve docket item 10.1 without conditions, and then 10.2 and 10.3 with the revised conditions report sent to us with the note on the revision for condition number 25 as outlined by Olafu in his presentation.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker, is he not coming back?
I don't think he's
At
coming
all?
back, no.
Okay. Beasley? Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
No.
No? Okay.
No? Okay.
All right, so it looks like the motion passes 5-1 is the way I count it. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Joe, looks like we need to move on to docket item number 11. And it looks like it's a dismissal.
Yeah, docket item 11, case number CPC 2021-00202. Request to rezone from R6 to B2, the property at 4903 Northeast Vivian Road. The applicant of this case is requesting dismissal.
Okay, is there a reason for this dismissal again? Can you remind me?
Olaf, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that staff expressed a lack of support in terms of our recommendation, and the applicant then decided to withdraw the application.
Correct. Staff was not going to support this request, and we're going to recommend denial.
Okay. All right, so I don't think there's any public testimony needed since they're going to dismiss the case. So I'll take a motion from the commission on this. Is that right, or do I need to do public testimony, Sarah? Where'd she go?
I think it'd be fine if anybody's on the line and wants to say anything about the dismissal.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, so
Sorry,
Might as
but it
well.
would just be about the dismissal, not the merits. Yeah.
correct. So go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the dismissal of docket item 11, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one's raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion for dismissal of number 11.
Chair Corral, I move to dismiss docket item number 11.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for dismissal of docket item 11. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley, Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for that case to be dismissed. So that takes us to docket item number 14. I'm sure this is what everybody's been waiting for, to petition for the vice chair position. So get your petition out there now, or I'll take a motion for a nomination for vice chair. And maybe Kokithia, you want to talk about how you want to keep it or not and petition for it.
If there are hands and someone is willing, I am happy to step aside and allow there to be another vice chair. I mean, Kobe does all the heavy lifting. I just have to stand in for a case or two. So
Wouldn't want to mess with the good thing. So I'll go ahead and nominate current vice chair Hill to retain her position.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second to maintain Commissioner Hill as the vice chair. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? Or is there any discussion beyond that, or any other thoughts on a different vice chair? Okay. Lisa, please take roll call.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley, Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill, Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so I think that was a unanimous approval, 7-0 for Commissioner Hill to maintain her vice chair spot. So thank you, everybody. With that, I don't have anything to add after today's meeting. Joe, is there anything you have?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, any of the commissioners have anything before we take off? All right. So the celebration party for the vice chair role will be tonight at 7.
T-shirts provided by Made in Case. Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, so meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
That's all.
Congratulations.